In the dead of night or the light of day, people can vanish without a trace. And sometimes what's left behind is more disturbing than the disappearance itself. From frantic last words on a phone line to cryptic messages scrawled on billboards, the world's creepiest unsolved disappearances are riddled with bizarre clues that only deepen the mystery. These are not just ordinary missing persons cases. Each is a chilling tale with details so strange and unexplainable that they sound like the plot of a horror novel. We will delve into 11 such cases. Stories of individuals who stepped out of the ordinary and straight into the unknown. As we journey through each disappearance, pay attention to the eerie evidence and unanswered questions that connect them. One case features a terrified traveler sprinting out of an airport, claiming people wanted to kill him. Another, a young man whose final exclamation on a cell phone call is followed by silence. You'll hear about an abandoned car containing a live puppy and a lipstick-smeared message, a mysteriously wiped computer that hides its owner's secrets, and an ominous phone call from a missing child pleading for help. Each story unfolds with its own unsettling twists, unexplained sightings, odd personal items left behind in inexplicable places, and hints of dark conspiracies lurking in the background. Prepare yourself for a long, haunting exploration of these mysteries. The tone is foreboding, the details are perplexing, and the truth is maddeningly elusive. This journey will take us from deserted highways and college campuses to cruise ships and quiet suburban homes, each stop offering a glimpse into a nightmare that remains unresolved. These creepy, enigmatic disappearances will send a chill down your spine and leave you questioning how such things can happen in our world. Now dim the lights if you dare, and let's step into the shadows of these unsolved cases, beginning with the inexplicable vanishing of a young man named Lars Mittank. Lars Mittank, the tourist who vanished into thin air. It was supposed to be an enjoyable summer getaway on the Black Sea coast, but for 28-year-old Lars Mittank, a German tourist in Bulgaria, the trip turned into a nightmare that defies explanation. In July 2014, Lars was vacationing with friends at the popular Golden Sands resort near Varna. The week had been full of typical holiday fun beach outings, nightlife, laughter. But in the final days of the trip, something went very wrong. Lars got into a minor altercation at a bar over a football-soccer dispute. He was a fan of SV Werder Bremen and exchanged heated words with some rival fans. Later that night, he vanished from his friends, only to resurface the next morning with an unsettling story. He claimed he'd been attacked by a group of locals hired by the men from the bar. He said he'd been beaten, suffering a possible fractured jaw and a ruptured eardrum. Because of the ear injury, a resort doctor advised him not to fly immediately. Lars insisted his friends go home without him as scheduled, promising he would be fine alone for a couple more days until he could safely fly. Left on his own in a foreign country, Lars began to behave strangely. He checked into a cheap hotel in Varna to wait for his ear to heal, but that night, he became extremely paranoid. He called his mother in Germany in a hushed, urgent tone and whispered that people were trying to kill him, begging her to cancel his credit cards. On the hotel's security cameras, Lars can be seen pacing the halls nervously, peering out windows, and hiding in an elevator as if evading someone unseen. Around 1 a.m., he abruptly left the hotel without his belongings, only to return an hour later, still agitated. By dawn on July 8th, Lars was determined to catch a flight home. He texted his mother that he was headed to the airport. At Varna Airport, Lars visited the airport medical office to have his ear checked one last time. He was acting anxious and erratic. The doctor, Dr. Kosta Kostov, later recalled that Lars seemed nervous and paranoid. As the exam was underway, a construction worker entered the room. The airport was undergoing renovations, and something in Lars snapped. His face filled with terror. "I don't want to die here. I have to get out of here," he suddenly shouted before bolting out of the doctor's office. Without any warning, Lars sprinted out of the terminal, abandoning his luggage, passport, wallet, and phone. Airport security cameras captured him in his yellow t-shirt, darting past bewildered travelers. The footage shows Lars running at full speed out of the building and into the parking area, then climbing a fence and disappearing into a field of tall grass that borders a dense forest. In those few moments, Lars Mittank, a young man on his way home, vanished into thin air. Despite exhaustive searches of the area, no trace of Lars was found beyond that chilling CCTV video. It's as if the forest swallowed him up. His distraught mother flew to Bulgaria to aid the search, but came up empty-handed. Over the years, there have been numerous reported sightings, a hitchhiker matching his description here, a transient man resembling him there, but none have ever been confirmed. The bizarre circumstances of Lars's case have spawned countless theories. Did he suffer a mental breakdown or hallucinations possibly induced by medication or an undiagnosed condition? Some doctors speculated that an antibiotic he'd been prescribed, cefprozil, can rarely cause psychotic side effects, though it was unclear if he even took any pills. Or was Lars truly being followed and threatened as he believed? If so, who were they, and did they ultimately catch up to him? Could criminals have been after him, or was it paranoia taking hold? One theory posits that Lars, in a panic, might have fled into the woods and accidentally died from exposure or an injury, his body somehow missed by searchers in the thick terrain. Bulgaria's summer heat can be brutal, and without his wallet or passport, he may have succumbed to the elements. Yet, hope lingered for years that Lars might still be alive, perhaps wandering with amnesia or hiding out. The internet latched onto the eerie airport footage, making Lars Mittank something of a legend, dubbed the most famous missing tourist on YouTube due to the millions of views of his last known moments. His case is frequently shared by armchair detectives and true crime aficionados, all haunted by the sight of that lone figure fleeing as though pursued by invisible demons. To this day, the fate of Lars Mittank remains a chilling enigma. Was he truly in danger from outside forces, or was he running from delusions born inside his own mind? The image of Lars sprinting out of an airport, eyes wide with terror, is a scene straight out of a nightmare, one that ends without answers. As we leave the mysterious forests of Varna behind, our journey of unsettling disappearances continues. Next, we head to North Carolina, where another young man's fate is entangled with a set of clues so bizarre they sound like fiction. Zeb Quinn, the car with lipstick and a puppy. On a winter night in the year 2000, Zeb Quinn clocked out of his shift at a Walmart in Asheville, North Carolina, and met up with a friend for what should have been a routine errand. The 18-year-old Quinn had plans to go check out a Mitsubishi Eclipse he was thinking of buying, and his co-worker Robert Jason Owens offered to come along in a separate car. It was January 2nd, just after the new year. The two young men drove off in separate vehicles into the chilly evening, keeping in touch via their car headlights and presumably occasional stops. Sometime around 9:15 p.m., while en route, Zeb flashed his headlights indicating he needed to pull over. He told Owens that he had gotten a page, this was 2000 when pagers were still used, and had to return a call. Zeb drove to a nearby gas station to use a payphone. According to Owens, when Zeb returned from the phone, he seemed agitated and said he had to cancel their plans and head home. He supposedly sped off, rear-ending Owens' truck accidentally in his rush. That was the last time anyone saw Zeb Quinn in person. When Zeb failed to show up for work the next day or contact his family, he was reported missing. The story took an even stranger turn 2 weeks later, when his Mazda protege was discovered abandoned in the parking lot of a local restaurant. The sight that greeted investigators was utterly perplexing. The car's headlights had been left on, and the doors were locked. Inside, police found Zeb's pet Labrador mix puppy, alive and unharmed, sitting in the vehicle. Perhaps most bizarre of all, a large drawing of two lips, like a cartoonish lipstick kiss, and 2 exclamation points had been scrawled in pink lipstick on the car's back windshield. The odd graffiti in the presence of the puppy, which did not belong to Zeb, it was not his dog, immediately signaled that this was no ordinary abandon and run scenario. It looked almost like a message or a cruel prank. Investigators also found a hotel keycard and several empty drink bottles in the car, but those clues led nowhere. The unsettling condition of Zeb's car left family and detectives equal parts baffled and disturbed. Why would someone leave a live puppy in a missing man's vehicle and scribble lipstick markings on the glass? Some wondered if it was a calling card from an abductor or killer, meant to taunt the police. Others thought it could be an elaborate hoax to mislead investigators. Suspicion naturally turned toward Robert Jason Owens, the last person to see Zeb alive. Owens told police about the page that Zeb supposedly received and his abrupt departure. Interestingly, phone records later showed that Owens himself had placed a call to Zeb's pager around the time they stopped at the gas station. Owens claimed this was at Zeb's request to test the pager, but it added a whiff of premeditation to the story. Furthermore, the day after Zeb vanished, Owens was treated for a head injury and broken ribs, which he said were from a second car accident he got into. But no report of such an accident was filed. Over time, these inconsistencies painted Owens as a person of interest. Years went by with no sign of Zeb Quinn's whereabouts. His disappearance became one of Asheville's most infamous cold cases. Rumors swirled. Some people whispered that Zeb had been in a secret relationship and this might have been a crime of passion. Others suspected a drug deal gone wrong or a kidnapping. The peculiar clue of the lipstick kiss had amateur sleuths crafting theories about jealous lovers or psychopathic pranksters. Through it all, Zeb's mother never gave up seeking answers. A breakthrough, or at least a shocking development, finally came 17 years later. In 2017, Robert Jason Owens was indicted for Zeb Quinn's murder. Owens, it turns out, had gotten into other trouble with the law. He was convicted for an unrelated double homicide of a couple in 2015. Facing charges, Owens struck a plea deal in Zeb's case in 2022, admitting to being an accessory after the fact. According to what emerged in court, Owens alleged that Zeb had been killed as part of a murder-for-hire plot. The story Owens told was that a third person, the jealous boyfriend of a woman whom Zeb had a flirtation with, had ordered his uncle to kill Zeb, and Owens had only helped dispose of the body. If this account is true, it's a twisted tale involving a love triangle and a contracted hit, which would make the bizarre scene with the car and puppy an even more perplexing postscript. Was the car staged to throw off investigators, perhaps by Owens or others involved? Or were those details, the puppy, the lipstick, an unrelated red herring introduced by someone who found the car? To this day, Zeb's body has never been found, and many in his community still wonder which parts of Owens's story are true. Officially, the case is considered solved with Owens's conviction as an accessory, but without a body and with so many odd unanswered questions, it feels far from resolved in the public's mind. The image of that lonely Mazda with its headlights eerily aglow, a sad puppy waiting inside, and a mysterious lipstick message on the window remains seared into the memory of all who followed the case. It's a scene as haunting as any horror movie, only this one was real. As we leave the puzzle of Zeb Quinn behind, we move to another baffling disappearance. Next, we'll drive down a dark rural road in Minnesota, where a young man's frantic phone call to his parents became the last trace of him. Brandon Swanson, the vanishing, after the "oh shit" call. Not long after high school graduation in spring 2008, Brandon Swanson of Marshall, Minnesota, was enjoying a night out with friends to celebrate the end of the college semester. The 19-year-old had attended a couple of small gatherings on May 13, 2008, and into the early hours of May 14th he decided to head home. Past midnight, Brandon drove his Chevy Lumina down the rural back roads that cut through endless fields. It was dark and remote. Southwestern Minnesota is farmland as far as the eye can see, with occasional small towns dotting the map. Sometime after 1:30 a.m., Brandon misjudged a turn, and his car jolted into a ditch. He wasn't hurt, but the car was stuck. Frustrated and stranded in the middle of nowhere, Brandon grabbed his cell phone and called his parents for help. Brandon told his mother and father, Annette and Brian Swanson, that he believed he was near the town of Lind, a short drive from their home. They agreed to come pick him up, so Brandon stayed on the line and tried to guide them by flashing his car's headlights. Out on those country roads, however, it was pitch black. His parents drove around trying to find him, but neither they nor Brandon could spot each other's lights in the distance. The situation grew more frustrating as time passed. Cell reception was spotty, causing some dropped calls, but Brandon always called back and reconnected. Determined to find a recognizable landmark, Brandon decided to leave his car and walk toward lights he could see. What he thought was the town of Lind. He kept talking to his father as he walked, describing what he saw and trying to figure out where he was. Brian, his father, drove to the parking lot of a known bar in Lind where they planned to meet. For about 47 minutes, father and son stayed in contact via phone as Brandon trudged along gravel roads in the dark early morning. Understandably, both were a little on edge. The rural night can play tricks on your senses, and Brandon was disoriented by the miscalculation of his location. Then, shortly after 2:30 a.m., as Brandon was speaking, he suddenly interrupted himself mid-sentence and exclaimed, "Oh shit!" The exclamation was abrupt and alarmed, as if he had been startled or had lost his footing. Immediately after that, the line went silent. At first, Brian thought his son might have dropped the phone or that it died, but repeated attempts to call Brandon back went straight to voicemail. Brandon Swanson was never heard from again after that brief cry of alarm. When morning came and there was still no sign of Brandon, his parents reported him missing. Initial law enforcement response was frustratingly slow. The first officer reportedly suggested that it wasn't uncommon for young men Brandon's age to stay out all night, and that he might turn up later on his own. But Brandon wasn't the type to run away or ignore his parents' calls. The discovery of something crucial changed the tone. Cell phone records showed that Brandon had not been near Lind at all during that call. In fact, his phone had pinged closer to a town called Porter, about 25 miles from where he and his parents thought he was. Acting on this new information, searchers eventually located Brandon's abandoned Chevy, nowhere near Lind, but off a gravel road by Taunton, along the Yellow Medicine River. This deepened the mystery. Brandon had been mistaken about his position, likely due to the flat landscape and darkness. If he was walking toward what he thought was Lind, he might actually have been heading toward an entirely different set of lights. Despite massive search efforts, including hundreds of volunteers, trained dogs, and later even search teams over multiple years, no trace of Brandon has ever been found. The leading theory is that Brandon may have fallen into the Yellow Medicine River that night. Perhaps the "oh shit" was uttered as he accidentally slipped into a creek or riverbank in the dark and cold water. The river was high that spring and could be treacherous. However, extensive searches of the water and surrounding area failed to find his body. Not a shoe, not his phone, nothing. It's as if the earth opened up and swallowed him after that anguished exclamation. Some have speculated about other possibilities. Could Brandon have stumbled upon something or someone in those desolate fields? For instance, fallen down an unmarked well or been the victim of foul play? There's no evidence of a crime, but the complete lack of evidence of anything is perplexing. Brandon's disappearance led to changes in Minnesota law. His parents lobbied for Brandon's Law, which was passed in 2009, requiring authorities to take missing adult cases seriously and begin investigations promptly, even if the person is over 18. The Swansons, who heartbreakingly had to drive home night after night with an empty back seat, turned their tragedy into advocacy to help other families. Yet for them, and for those who have followed the case, an eerie cloud hangs over that stretch of rural road. The mental image is chilling. A lone young man on a dark night, breath visible in the cold air, walking toward distant lights under the vast starry sky, when something unseen causes him to gasp, "Oh shit," in terror, and then he's gone. The unresolved ending to Brandon's story continues to torment all who seek to understand it. As we leave this dark Minnesota road behind, our path leads next to a college campus, where another young man stepped out for a moment and never returned. and where a computer's erased data provides a sinister hint at what might have happened. Joshua Guimond, the college party and the erased hard drive. On a cold November night in 2002, Joshua Guimond walked away from a small gathering of friends at his college campus and into oblivion. Joshua was a 20-year-old student at St. John's University in Collegeville, Minnesota, a quiet campus surrounded by woodlands and lakes. On the night of November 9th, 2002, he had been at a dorm apartment party with friends, enjoying a few drinks and card games. Sometime near midnight, Joshua stepped out of the gathering, possibly to walk back to his own dorm a short distance away. He left without saying anything unusual. Maybe he intended to use the bathroom or get some air or simply head home. The path back to his dormitory would have only taken a few minutes, crossing a short bridge by a lake. But Joshua never made it back. By the next day, when friends realized he hadn't been seen and missed a planned meeting, alarm bells rang. The search for Joshua began, combing the campus, nearby woods, and the waters of the adjacent Stumpf Lake, but nothing was found. The initial assumption was that Joshua might have fallen into the lake while walking back, since a bloodhound did pick up his scent near the bridge over the water. Yet repeated dives turned up no body. As days turned to weeks, the simple accident theory became less certain, and more puzzling clues emerged. Joshua's dorm room had been left in a normal state, his car still parked on campus, jacket in his room. Notably, his glasses, which he wore to see, were found in his apartment, meaning he ventured out that night without them, which was uncharacteristic. There was no sign of struggle anywhere along the path he likely took. The case was growing cold when, months later, an almost sinister discovery was made regarding Joshua's computer. Someone had accessed Joshua's personal computer after he went missing and wiped out important data from the hard drive. Specifically, investigators determined that files in the web browser and other pieces of data had been erased using a disk cleaning program, and the records showed this happened days after Joshua disappeared, at a time when Joshua himself obviously wasn't there to do it. In other words, someone with potentially something to hide had been in his dorm room and on his PC. This revelation blew open the range of theories. It suggested that perhaps Joshua hadn't simply fallen in a lake. Maybe foul play was involved, possibly by someone he knew on campus. Investigators digging into the recovered computer data found that Joshua had been engaging in online chats in the time leading up to his disappearance. He had been using a fake persona online, posing as a woman named Ashley, to chat with men on services like Yahoo Personals. It was speculated that Joshua, who was known as a politically active and straight-laced student, might have been exploring his identity or sexuality in secret. One theory is that he arranged to meet someone he met online that night and encountered a predator. Lending credence to this possibility was another odd campus incident. Around the same time frame, students had reported seeing an unknown man in an orange Pontiac Sunfire car cruising around, dropping off male passengers late at night. When security approached one of the men being dropped off, the man bolted away, which seemed suspicious. After Joshua vanished, that vehicle was investigated, but the driver didn't provide helpful information, and the car was later destroyed. A strangely timed disappearance of a potential lead. To complicate matters, Joshua's disappearance happened in an era when a string of young men in the Midwest had gone missing under mysterious circumstances, some linked dubiously by the so-called smiley face killer theory. Joshua's case drew comparisons to these incidents, though nothing conclusive tied them together. Another angle. Joshua was an ambitious student in the political science club, and he had been researching scandals involving the university's personnel. In fact, St. John's University was embroiled in a clergy abuse scandal around 2002, and Joshua had openly expressed anger about it. Some wondered if he stumbled upon information that put him in danger, though police found no hard evidence of this. As the investigation dragged on, Joshua's parents became increasingly frustrated with the lack of answers. Over the years, tips would dribble in, a possible sighting here, a random idea there, but nothing panned out. 20 years later, the case remains unsolved. but the presence of that wiped computer data hovers over it like a dark cloud. Who sat down at Joshua's desk in the days after he vanished, and what were they trying to conceal? Perhaps it was some well-meaning friend removing personal information, but if so, why not come forward? The silence is telling. Joshua's story is a mix of college innocence and deeply disturbing possibilities. One can imagine the once bustling dorm, now quiet, the glow of Joshua's computer screen as files disappear one by one, leaving behind only questions. With those questions in mind, we move on to another disappearance, that of a bright young television news anchor who vanished on her way to work, leaving behind a scene of struggle and, years later, a truly creepy message on a billboard. Jodi Huisentruit, the anchorwoman and the cryptic billboard. In the pre-dawn hours of June 27, 1995, in the small city of Mason City, Iowa, 27-year-old Jodi Huisentruit was running late for work. Jodi was a popular local TV news anchor for the morning show at KMT. She lived in an apartment not far from the station. That morning, when she didn't show up on time to the studio, a colleague called her. Jodi answered the phone, apologizing and saying she'd overslept and was on her way. But Jodi never arrived at work. Concerned coworkers alerted police. When officers went to Jodi's apartment complex, they found a chilling scene in the parking lot. Near Jodi's parked car were her personal items scattered as if there had been a struggle. A hairdryer, earrings, and one of her red high-heeled shoes lay on the ground. The car key was bent, still stuck in the door lock of her Toyota Miata, suggesting someone snatched her just as she was about to get in the car. It was immediately treated as an abduction. Neighbors reported possibly hearing a scream at around 4 a.m., but no one saw the attacker. Jodi Huisentruit had vanished without a trace of her beyond the disturbed evidence at the scene. The abduction of a well-known local television personality sent shockwaves through the community. Jodi was a familiar, friendly face on TV every morning, and now she was the center of a terrifying mystery. Massive searches and investigations ensued. Police and volunteers scoured surrounding areas, lakes, and parks. Over time, a few potential leads emerged, including a white van seen in the area that morning, and persons of interest such as a friend, an older male acquaintance who had spent time with Jodi socially, were questioned. But nothing concrete ever materialized. It was as if someone had been lying in wait for her that morning and executed a swift, brutal kidnapping. The case grew cold, but Jodi's family and friends kept her memory alive, and the story periodically surfaced in the media, keeping locals wary that a kidnapper was still at large. Years passed with no answers, until something bizarre and macabre occurred. In early 2020, almost 25 years after Jodi's disappearance, unknown individuals vandalized a billboard dedicated to finding Jodi with a cryptic message spray-painted across it. The billboard, which featured Jodi's photo, and the plea, "Someone knows something, is it you?" was defaced on New Year's Eve with the words, "Frank Stearns, Machine Shed," emblazoned in large yellow letters. This strange graffiti immediately grabbed attention. Frank Stearns was the name of a now-retired Mason City police officer who had long worked on Jodi's case. And Machine Shed seemed to imply some kind of location. Was this a clue? A taunt? Investigators treated it seriously. The vandalism happened in the middle of the night. Witnesses later came forward saying they saw two individuals dressed in black, who quickly climbed a ladder to spray paint the message and then vanished into the dark. The cryptic phrase led some to speculate. Was someone suggesting that evidence or Jodi herself could be found in a machine shed belonging to, or connected to, Frank Stearns? Or was it accusing the former investigator of something? The authorities publicly stated that Frank Stearns was not considered a suspect, and he himself said he had no idea what it meant. This was not the first time Jodi's case had encountered strange turns. In the late 2000s, a Mason City police officer turned whistleblower claimed she had heard that certain local authorities might have been involved in Jodi's abduction, implying a cover-up. Those allegations were investigated but never substantiated, and the officer was dismissed. The graffiti on the billboard felt like a ghost from those rumors. hinting at some hidden truth behind Jody's fate. It reignited public interest, and new leads were sought. But as of today, nothing definitive has come from the machine shed message. The billboard itself was cleaned and reprinted, but the eerie memory of those spray-painted words lingers. Jody Huisentruid's case remains one of Iowa's most haunting unsolved mysteries. Here was a vibrant young woman with a successful career, snatched in her own apartment parking lot, likely by someone who knew her routine. Decades later, there's no body, no crime scene beyond scattered belongings, and no answers, only theories and whispers. Some suspect a stalker became obsessed with Jody from watching her on TV. Others think it could have been someone she knew who harbored a secret grudge or infatuation. The passage of time without answers is cruel, but her loved ones continue to seek closure. Occasionally, fresh attention like the billboard incident breathes new life into the case, raising hopes that a guilty conscience or a slip of the tongue might one day unravel the truth. Until then, the image of that lonely red shoe by Jody's car and the eerie graffiti calling out from a billboard serve as reminders that this story isn't over. It's a chilling thought that somewhere out there, someone knows exactly what happened that June morning in 1995. As we leave Jody's case, with its silent scream in the night and its cryptic message years later, we come to another perplexing disappearance. Our next story takes us to Columbus, Ohio, where a young man entered a bar and seemingly never came out, leaving behind one of the most baffling surveillance videos ever seen. Brian Schaefer, the man who never left the bar. Brian Schaefer was a 27-year-old medical student at Ohio State University, and on the night of March 31, 2006, he decided to celebrate the start of spring break with friends. Brian had just finished finals, and despite feeling a bit run down from studying, he hit the town in Columbus, Ohio. He and his friend Clint went bar hopping that evening, having a shot or two at each spot, enjoying the live music and campus bar scene. Around midnight, they ended up at a popular bar in the South Campus Gateway called the Ugly Tuna Saloona. Security cameras recorded Brian and Clint riding an escalator up to the bar's entrance at about 1:15 a.m. on April 1st, laughing and in good spirits. Inside, they met up with some other friends. At around 1:55 a.m., shortly before closing time, CCTV footage captured Brian in the bar's hallway chatting with two women, then waving to them as he turned to re-enter the main bar area. And then Brian vanished off camera. When the Ugly Tuna closed, patrons filtered out into the night. Clint and others waited outside for Brian, but he never appeared. At first they assumed he might have left earlier or found another way home, but Brian Schaefer was never seen again. The investigation into Brian's disappearance quickly zeroed in on the incredible puzzle posed by the surveillance tapes. The bar's entrance was under video surveillance, and Brian was clearly seen going in. Strangely, there was no footage of Brian ever coming out. Police and security reviewed the tapes frame by frame. Every person who entered was accounted for leaving, except Brian. It was as if he evaporated inside the bar. The Ugly Tuna was located on the second floor of a building accessible by one escalator and a freight elevator, the latter not generally for public use. There was a back exit under construction at the time, but it wasn't a normal route for patrons. If Brian left through that construction area, he might have avoided a camera, but it would have been hazardous and convoluted, yet no other trace of him was found in the building either. Columbus police were flabbergasted. How does a grown man disappear from a crowded bar without a single camera catching where he went? Brian's family and girlfriend were devastated. He had planned a trip to Miami with his girlfriend that following Monday, and in fact, she kept calling his phone in the days after, hoping he'd answer. In a spooky detail, one time the phone actually rang and pinged a cell tower briefly, but it was later thought to be a glitch in the system rather than a real connection. Extensive searches were conducted in the area: dumpsters, alleyways, roofs, underground tunnels, even the sewer system, in case Brian had accidentally gotten into a restricted area or met with foul play after leaving. Nothing turned up. It was as if Brian had walked into an invisible portal. Over the years, numerous theories emerged. One theory is that Brian, grieving the recent death of his mother, might have decided to run off and start a new life. However, he left behind his car, his glasses, and other essential belongings, and he was about to graduate med school, making this seem unlikely without at least contacting someone eventually. Another theory posits that Brian might have been the victim of a crime after leaving the bar, perhaps a robbery or attack, and that somehow the cameras missed him exiting, or he exited in disguise. Some speculated he could have changed clothes or put on a hat. The area around the bar was heavily searched though, and no signs of a struggle were found. One focus of suspicion was Brian's friend Clint, the last known person with him. Clint lawyered up and even refused a lie detector test, which raised eyebrows. Some wondered if an altercation or prank had gone wrong, but there's no evidence implicating Clint beyond his refusal to be further questioned. There was also speculation about the smiley face killer, an alleged serial killer targeting young men in the Midwest, but nothing concrete ties to Brian's case beyond the profile of the victim. As years passed, Brian's father tragically died in an accident, never knowing what happened to his son. In a heartbreaking twist, someone posted a message online in remembrance of the father, using a nickname that only Brian would typically use, briefly stirring hope that Brian might still be alive incognito. It turned out to be a cruel hoax. To this day, Brian Schaffer's disappearance is one of the most famous modern mysteries. Investigators still scratch their heads at the lack of video evidence of him leaving that bar. The phrase "he never left the bar" has almost become legend in true crime circles, symbolizing an utterly confounding case. Was Brian somehow hiding in the bar that night, and then slipped out later unseen? Did he fall victim to a perfect storm of blind spots and security cameras and misfortune? Or did he choose to vanish on purpose, achieving a disappearing act that has held up all these years? None of the possibilities are very satisfying or easy to believe. Brian's empty seat at the medical school graduation and the unanswered call of his name remain a somber reminder that behind this bar magic trick of a case lies a real family's grief. As we ponder how a man could be there one moment and gone the next, our journey continues. We now turn to a case at sea, the disappearance of a young woman from a cruise ship, and the sinister clues that surfaced in the years after she went missing. Amy Lynn Bradley lost at sea and the photographs from hell. In March 1998, Amy Lynn Bradley was on what should have been a dream vacation, a Caribbean cruise with her parents and younger brother. The 23-year-old recent college graduate from Virginia was enjoying the sun and sea aboard the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas. They had departed from Puerto Rico and were en route to the island of Curacao. Amy was a strong swimmer, a former lifeguard, and an all-around vibrant young woman excited for a new chapter in life. But in the early hours of March 24, 1998, somewhere off the coast of Curacao, that dream vacation became a family's worst nightmare. The night before, Amy and her brother had gone out to the ship's dance club. There are photographs of Amy from that evening, showing her smiling and having fun. She was last seen around 5:30 a.m., lounging on the cabin balcony after leaving the dance club with a member of the ship's band. When her father checked the cabin at 6 a.m., Amy was asleep on the balcony. But by 6:30 a.m., when he looked again, Amy was gone. The only sign of her was her flip-flops she'd left behind. The Bradleys searched the ship frantically, alerting the crew within an hour. Yet, contrary to what one might expect, the crew did not immediately issue a ship-wide alert or lockdown. The ship docked in Curacao, and passengers disembarked, which deeply worried Amy's family, as they feared she could be taken off the ship. A massive search of the vessel and the waters turned up nothing. There was no evidence Amy had fallen overboard, and her family insisted she was far too good a swimmer for that to happen without her making it to safety or her body being found. It began to seem more and more like Amy had been removed from the ship against her will. Over the months and years that followed, the Bradleys received multiple disturbing leads, suggesting that Amy might have been kidnapped and sold into human trafficking. Tourists in Curacao in August 1998 reported seeing a woman on a beach who looked like Amy, with the same tattoos, being led by two men. In 1999, a U.S. Navy sailor visiting a brothel in Barbados reported an encounter with a distressed woman who told him her name was Amy and begged for help, claiming she was being held captive. Unfortunately, he waited until after returning to the U.S. to report this, and by the time officials checked, the brothel owner claimed ignorance and no Amy was found. The most chilling evidence arrived in 2005. Amy's parents were emailed an image found on an escort service website, a photograph of a scantily clad woman who strikingly resembled Amy. In the photo, the woman, who went by the name Jazz, has the same distinctive tattoos Amy had, a Tasmanian devil cartoon on her shoulder, a sun on her lower back, a Chinese symbol on her ankle. The Bradleys were convinced it was her. This suggested that Amy had possibly been forced into sexual slavery. The FBI and investigators pursued these leads, but the trail was frustratingly vague. The idea that a young woman could be kidnapped from a cruise ship and forced into a sordid underworld is the stuff of nightmares. And for Amy's family, it has been a torturous reality to consider. Over the years, they have worked tirelessly with authorities, appearing on talk shows and even Dr. Phil to publicize Amy's case. Indeed, the 2005 photo was shown on Dr. Phil, shocking viewers. Despite extensive investigations and even rewards offered, Amy remains missing. Royal Caribbean initially maintained that such an abduction was unlikely, suggesting perhaps she fell overboard, but evidence increasingly disputes that. Amy's case has led to discussions about cruise ship security and the dark networks of Caribbean human trafficking. For those who hear Amy's story, certain images are hard to shake. The thought of her alone on that balcony as dawn broke, perhaps approached by someone she thought she could trust. The eerie photo of a woman who might be Amy, eyes heavy with sadness, forced into unspeakable circumstances, and the pain in her parents' voices as they hold on to hope that maybe, just maybe, she's still alive out there waiting to be rescued. Amy Lynn Bradley's disappearance stands as one of the creepiest unsolved travel mysteries, a case that makes you think twice about the dangers lurking even in paradise. As we disembark from Amy's story, our journey isn't over. Next, we step back onto land into the case of a troubled woman whose disappearance left behind gruesome and confounding clues, including a severed finger and neatly folded clothes in a freezer. Diane Augat, a severed finger and clothes in the freezer. April 1998, Pasco County, Florida. Diane Louise Augat, 40 years old, walked out of her sister's home and into a mystery that grows more macabre the deeper you look. Diane had led a troubled life. She suffered from bipolar disorder and had been struggling since a recent divorce and losing custody of her children. She lived in a group home and had a history of wandering off, but she always returned or checked in. On April 10, 1998, Diane left her sister's house in Hudson, Florida, and never came back. What followed were a series of bizarre and unsettling clues that seemed straight out of a horror film. 3 days after Diane disappeared on April 13th, her mother's answering machine recorded a brief, frantic message. On the playback, there was the voice of a woman, clearly believed to be Diane's voice, pleading, "Help! Help!" before a loud scuffle is heard, and then Diane's voice yelps, "Hey, gimme that," as the call abruptly cuts off. The number was traced to a motel in Odessa, Florida, but by the time police checked, the room was vacant. Then, 2 days later, on April 15th, a chilling discovery. A passerby found a severed human finger on the side of US Route 19, not far from where Diane was last seen. It turned out to be the tip of Diane's right middle finger, cleanly cut above the knuckle, and witnesses reported seeing a second finger at the scene, though only one was recovered. This gruesome find raised the stakes dramatically. It seemed to indicate foul play and a taunting element, as if someone was leaving breadcrumbs. But the strangest clue was yet to come. On April 18th, a week after Diane vanished, the manager of a convenience store in Odessa went to check the store's outdoor freezer. Inside, she found a plastic bag filled with neatly folded women's clothes. Shockingly, the clothing was quickly identified by Diane's family as belonging to her. The freezer was outside the store, accessible to anyone, as if someone had deliberately placed the bag there to be found. Why fold the clothes so neatly and hide them in a freezer? It was a baffling and creepy gesture. Perhaps the person responsible was toying with investigators. Or perhaps there was a twisted logic only they could understand. Despite these tantalizing and horrifying clues, a desperate voicemail, a severed finger, and carefully folded clothes, no further trace of Diane Ogget was ever found. The authorities were stumped. One working theory was that Diane had become entangled with a dangerous individual or group, possibly related to drug activity. She had occasionally fallen in with a rough crowd. The clues might have been meant to scare or send a message. The phone call suggested she was being held captive at least for a short time. The finger suggested violence or punishment. And the clothes in the freezer, some speculated it was symbolic, preserving evidence on ice, or practical, hiding bloody clothes, or simply cruel theatrics by the perpetrator. Over the years, Diane's case went cold, but those left behind can't forget the horrifying trail that was left. Her mother, year after year, hoped for answers that never came. That disembodied finger, matched to Diane via fingerprint, is perhaps one of the most ghoulish calling cards in any missing person case. It's as if the darkness that plagued Diane's life culminated in one final wicked game. Sometimes people talk about the perfect crime as one leaving no clues. In Diane's case, it's almost the opposite. Clues were left, yet they only deepen the enigma. What happened in those last days of Diane Ogget's life remains unknown, but it surely wasn't anything good. As we step away from the haunting fragments of Diane's story, the echo of "help me" still ringing in our ears, we move on to another disappearance with eerie overtones. This time, the setting is an apartment in New Hampshire in 1980, where a teenage girl vanished from her home and left behind a mystery involving unscrewed light bulbs and strange phone calls. Lorene Rahn, lights out in the hallway. On the night of April 26, 1980, 14-year-old Lorene Ann Rahn was at home in her family's third-floor apartment in Manchester, New Hampshire. Lorene's mother, Judith, was out of town at a tennis tournament, so Lorene had invited a girlfriend over to spend the night. The two teens, along with a male friend, hung out in the apartment drinking a little wine and listening to music. Later that night, the male friend left, and Lorene and her girlfriend decided to sleep with the friend taking Lorene's bed, and Lorene sleeping on the couch in the living room. Sometime around midnight, neighbors later reported hearing voices and footsteps in the upstairs hallway. What nobody knew then was that something ominous was brewing. Judith Rahn returned home in the early hours, around 1:30 a.m., and immediately sensed something was off. The hallway that led to their apartment door was unusually dark. Someone had unscrewed all 3 light bulbs in the corridor, leaving it pitch black. Startled, Judith entered the apartment and found it silent. The visiting friend was asleep in Lorene's bed, but Lorene was nowhere to be found. At first, groggy and confused, the friend assumed Lorene might have just stepped out, or was in the bathroom, but she wasn't. The front door was slightly ajar. Outside, Judith noticed that the screen window in the kitchen, which led out to the fire escape, was also open. A sense of dread descended. It looked as if someone had intentionally created darkness in the hallway, entered the apartment, and taken Lorene while her friend slept. Police were called and an investigation launched, but in 1980, forensic techniques were limited. There were few concrete clues. What was clear was that Lorene did not take any of her personal belongings. She left behind her purse, money, and clothes. Given the unscrewed hallway lights, detectives believed it was likely an abductor had prepared the scene to conceal their actions, possibly someone who knew the building or even a neighbor. The case quickly went cold for lack of leads. But then, a series of strange phone calls injected new intrigue into Lorene's story. In the months after the disappearance, Judith noticed several unexplained charges on her phone bill. 3 calls had been placed from her apartment's phone to a number in California. 2 of the calls were to a motel in Santa Ana, California, and 1 was to a teen assistance hotline in Los Angeles. Judith didn't know anyone in California at the time, and certainly Lorene didn't either, at least not to anyone's knowledge. It looked like someone, perhaps the abductor, used Lorene's home phone to dial out west, possibly as a way to check in with accomplices or some central figure. A couple of years later, more bizarre developments. Judith received a call from a woman who claimed to possibly have information on Lorene. This person said that a woman she knew in California went by the name Lori and might be Lorene. The lead never panned out solidly. Additionally, Judith reported that every year around the anniversary of Lorene's disappearance, she would receive a brief phone call in the middle of the night, just silence or faint breathing on the other end, as if someone was taunting her. Whether those calls were pranks or something more sinister remains unknown. Over time, investigators considered a disturbing theory. Could Lorene have been abducted into a child trafficking or pornography ring? The involvement of California and the call to a teen hotline, which was rumored to be associated with a now-deceased doctor who was implicated in a child pornography business, gave weight to this possibility. Perhaps someone took Lorene across the country. However, no confirmed sightings of her have ever been made. Decades have passed with no answers. Lorene's case sits among the annals of creepy, unsolved disappearances because of those inexplicable touches. The carefully unscrewed light bulbs that suggest a careful predator, and the mysterious phone trail leading 3,000 miles away with no clear explanation. Her mother eventually moved away from the apartment, but likely never from the nightmare of that night. To this day, no one knows what truly became of Lorene Ron. Was it a local culprit who snatched her in the dark, or a far-reaching criminal network that spirited her away? The darkness in that hallway remains, symbolically, as the lack of light shed on her fate. As we move on, our next and penultimate case also involves a young woman in a big city, the disappearance of Corinna Slusser, who was swept up in a dangerous world and sent cryptic cries for help before vanishing. Corinna Slusser, a trafficked teen and a trapped message. In 2017, 19-year-old Corinna Slusser left her small Pennsylvania town seeking excitement and escape in New York City. What she found instead was a nightmare under the bright lights. Corinna had been a cheerleader, a pretty blonde teenager with a winning smile, but she fell in with a rough crowd before graduation and became entwined with an older man who promised to take care of her. By the summer of 2017, she had moved to NYC, specifically to the Bronx, expecting a fresh start. But that man turned out to be a pimp who allegedly lured her into the world of sex trafficking. Corinna was last seen on September 20th, 2017, leaving a cheap motel called The Haven in Queens. After that day, she vanished into the underbelly of the city. In the lead-up to her disappearance, Corinna had shown signs of being in trouble. In August 2017, she had filed a police report against a pimp, the same man who brought her to New York. For assaulting her, he had stolen money from her and choked her, and she managed to get a restraining order. The danger she was in was very real. After she went missing, her family and authorities feared she had been coerced or kidnapped by a sex trafficking ring in retaliation for going to the police. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing timeline came to light. Corinna had been active on social media, and on September 10th, 10 days before she disappeared, she posted a final photo on Instagram with a cryptic caption that hinted at a change and a new home. It was odd enough to catch her friends' attention even before they knew anything was wrong. Then, after Corinna's disappearance, her mother received unusual texts and even an attempt at extortion. In April 2018, someone contacted Corinna's mother demanding a $7,000 ransom, claiming to have Corinna captive in another state. The extortionist even arranged a meeting point at a parking lot in North Carolina. Desperate, her mother Sabina was prepared to go, but law enforcement suspected it was a scam or a dangerous trap and warned her off. The next day, the cruel messenger taunted her, saying, "Remember this day, because it's the day you almost got her." It was a devastating blow, a heartless hoax, or perhaps a genuine warning that slipped through their fingers. Authorities eventually cracked down on the trafficking ring that ensnared Corinna. A man named Ishi Woni, along with others, was arrested and later convicted for sex trafficking. He had been one of the individuals Corinna was last known to associate with. Through recovered messages and evidence, investigators pieced together that Corinna had been advertised online for sex services in the period leading to her disappearance. They suspect that after the police report incident, she may have been moved or sold to other traffickers. There was also an eerie digital clue. Corinna's phone, which her mother got back from police, had all the texts and call logs wiped clean, as if someone deliberately deleted every message remotely. It was as if someone wanted to ensure nothing on that phone could help find her. Additionally, an anonymous letter was mailed to her mother, with a possible sighting of Corinna in Queens after she vanished, but like many leads, it led nowhere concrete. Despite multiple arrests of those involved in trafficking, Corinna herself has never been found. Her disappearance highlights the terrifying reality of modern-day slavery, hiding in plain sight. One day she was a teenager posting selfies and texting her family, and the next she was gone, with only a trail of cryptic posts and chilling messages remaining. The Instagram post Corinna left, showing a girl in a black cap in city traffic, became a haunting symbol of her case. Did she know she was in danger? Was it a coded cry for help? We may never know. For her family, each tease of hope, a text, a ransom demand, a rumor, turned into heartbreak. As we leave Corinna's tragic tale, we turn to our final case. One of a young girl taken from her home in the middle of the night, and a shocking phone call that suggested she was still alive and in terrifying circumstances. Antoinette Cayedito, a child's cry on the line. Our last case takes us back in time and into the quiet suburb of Gallup, New Mexico. On April 6, 1986, 9-year-old Antoinette Cayedito was at home with her mother and younger sisters. It was a Saturday night. The family had reportedly had some friends over earlier in the evening. By 3 a.m., everyone was asleep, or so it seemed. According to Antoinette's younger sister, there was a knock at the door in the dark hours of that morning. Antoinette went to answer it, and the sister heard a man's voice say, "It's Uncle Joe." The family did have an Uncle Joe, but he later said he wasn't at their house that night. As soon as Antoinette opened the door, the sister says 2 men grabbed her and carried her away into the night. The little girl was gone by the time the mother awoke. At first, Antoinette's mother, Penny, told police she had no idea what happened. She'd been asleep and only discovered Antoinette missing in the morning. The only clue from the house was that the front door was left slightly open. Authorities launched a search, suspecting a kidnapping. For a year, there were no major breaks, until something bone-chilling occurred. In April 1987, the Gallup Police Department received a frantic phone call from a young girl. "I'm Antoinette. I'm in Albuquerque," the girl cried, pleading for help. Before the dispatcher could get any useful details, an angry adult voice was heard shouting, "Who said you could use the phone?" followed by the sound of a scuffle and the girl screaming. The line then went dead. The call was too short to trace. However, it was recorded, and when investigators played the tape for Antoinette's family, Penny gasped. She was certain the voice was her daughter's, recognizing the way she said her name. She did not recognize the male voice. This 40-second phone call injected both hope and terror into the case. Hope that Antoinette might be alive, and terror at the thought of what she was enduring. The story made national news, and leads began to surface. There was a reported sighting in 1991 in Carson City, Nevada. A waitress claimed that a couple came into the restaurant with a timid teenage girl. When the girl deliberately dropped a utensil, the waitress picked it up, and the girl squeezed her hand, only for the waitress to later find a note under the plate, saying, "Help me, call police," scrawled on a napkin. By the time she realized, the trio had left. The waitress was struck by the girl's resemblance to the age-progressed photos of Antoinette. If that was indeed Antoinette, It meant she had been held captive for years by that point. Another potential clue came when Antoinette's younger sister, who had been a witness, finally admitted 5 years later that she did see her sister being taken by two men that night, after initially being too scared to say so. This corroborated what police suspected, that the abductor was someone familiar to the family, given the Uncle Joe ruse. The FBI considered Penny, the mother, as well. She even took a polygraph, which she reportedly failed, leading to whispers that she might have known more than she let on, possibly about who took Antoinette. But no charges were ever filed, and Penny died in 1999, still not knowing what became of her child. Antoinette's case remains one of the most heart-wrenching unsolved disappearances. The image of a little girl snatched from her home is disturbing enough, but the added layer of that desperate phone call, a tiny voice reaching out from what sounded like the depths of hell, is truly haunting. Gallup police still keep the case open, and age-progressed renderings of Antoinette surface every few years to remind the public that she could still be out there, a woman now in her late 40s, who as a child was calling for rescue. Some believe she was likely sold or forced into some kind of trafficking situation, which unfortunately aligns with the other clues of her being seen in captivity. Others hold on to the sliver of hope that maybe the call was a hoax, though her family doubts that, and that she was raised by someone else unhurt, an unlikely scenario given everything. As we conclude this journey through these creepy, unresolved disappearances, we are left with the realization that behind each of these stories are real people, families, friends, entire communities, left in agonizing limbo. The bizarre details we've recounted, from mysterious phone calls to inexplicable evidence, are the breadcrumbs that keep these cases alive in the public's imagination. Perhaps one day, someone will come forward, a new piece of evidence will emerge, or a deathbed confession will crack one of these cases wide open. Until then, these 11 stories remain open-ended tales of terror and mystery, a sobering reminder that sometimes truth really is stranger and far more frightening than fiction. There are few places in this country more beautiful than the Sandia Mountains, northeast of Albuquerque. We spent a good part of our first day just hoofing it through the Cymbolia National Forest as we made our way towards the mountain range. We had plenty more ground to cover before we got to the foot of the mountains, and not much daylight left. So we camped down for the night when we found a place suitably less rocky than the majority of the trail had been. In the interest of traveling light, and for the simple fact that we'd be in a pretty dry climate, we didn't bring a tent with us. So, our tiny camp was, essentially, 2 sleeping bags next to a fire pit where we cooked our dinner. Not long after sundown, we decided to call it a night so we could wake up before dawn and get on the move before the day got too hot. A couple hours or so later, I managed to drift off to sleep. I woke up to the sound of my friend David's voice calling out to me. "Hey, over here, come take a look at this." I heard his voice off the trail into the woods near the edge of the clearing. I looked around the camp to make sure I wasn't imagining things and saw David's sleeping bag was open and just empty. I called back to him, sleepily asking what he'd found, but he just repeated himself. "Over here, come take a look at this." In my bleary state, I didn't notice how strange the voice sounded at the time. Maybe I was still just half asleep, but looking back, it was pretty out of the ordinary, almost as if there were 2 voices layered on top of each other. One was clearly the voice of my friend, but the other was lower and significantly distorted. Groggily, I made my way out of my sleeping bag and slipped on my boots before walking into the darkness. I was nearly into the tree line when the voice called out to me again. "Over here, come take a look at this." It was almost mechanical in its repetition. No shifting in tone or urgency, just the same flat bleat. As I started to shout back at him that I was coming, something grabbed my wrist from behind. Then a second hand clasped over my mouth, stifling a short yelp of surprise. The grip on my wrist loosened as I spun to find David staring back at me, his eyes the size of dinner plates. He held one finger to his lips and shook his head as he motioned with his free hand for me to follow him. I was confused, to say the least, but the look on his face told me that whatever was happening, it wasn't good. So I followed him towards our little campsite. Once we arrived, he pointed at my pack and sleeping bag before quietly beginning to roll his own sleeping bag into a tight bundle. "What is going on, man?" I asked him stupidly as I stood in the middle of the clearing. He looked back at me with that same urgent expression and brought his finger back to his lips. He then pointed at my sleeping bag again and made a rolling gesture. I'm pretty thick sometimes, but I understood his body language well enough to know that something had obviously spooked him, enough to make him decide to pull up the stakes and find a new spot to sleep in the middle of the night. So, I collected my things and followed him into the woods, back the way we came earlier that day. David didn't stop until we were clear of the trees, back in the open almost an hour after we started walking. He told me that the voice in the woods I heard was probably a skinwalker trying to lure me out into the forest. He explained that the Cibolo was a sacred place to the Navajo, and the skinwalkers who hunted there did so to defile its purity with death and dark magic. I was not buying it. I heard stories about skinwalkers, but I was pretty sure David was just trying to mess with me. He was always a bit of a prankster, and I had fallen for a good number of his russes. Thick as I am, I was about to call him on his crap when I heard my voice, clear as day, repeat the question I had asked him just before we left the camp earlier that night. "What is going on, man?" I spun around to see two glowing eyes peering back at me from the tree line about 20 paces behind us. David let out running and I followed him. We didn't stop running until we were back at the truck in the parking lot near the entrance of the national park. We jumped into the cab, and after the engine puttered to life and turned over, and we peeled out of that parking lot to the screeching of rubber on asphalt. We didn't talk as we flew down the highway, but David's eyes kept creeping up to check the rearview mirror, so frequently, in fact, that when an enormous, black, lumbering figure plodded into the headlights, he had to swerve at the last second to avoid it. "Holy crap, was that a bear?" I asked, knowing it was far too big to be a black bear. He just shook his head and kept glancing nervously up to the rearview mirror as he redlined the old Ford's throttle. I watched his skin go pale as milk as his eyes locked on something in the rearview. He turned to look through the back window and nearly sent us careening into a ditch, but I grabbed the wheel and straightened it out. "What the hell, man?" was all I could manage as I white-knuckled the steering wheel. "It's chasing us," he said flatly. "Get your hands on the wheel," I screamed as he returned his full attention to the task of driving again. I didn't want to look back, but I had to see it. Some part of me still didn't want to believe what was happening. Once I was sure David was focused on the road again, I glanced in the rearview mirror on the passenger side. I saw those same glowing yellow orbs beaming from the pitch silhouette of the thing that was way too big to be a bear. It was no less than 20 yards behind us. I watched it rise from running on 4 legs to a standing position as it threw its head back and let out the most unearthly sound I had ever heard. It was like the drone of a siren mixed with the buzzing and chattering of forest full of insects. The old Ford's radio crackled to life, and the speakers in the car coughed out that same noise. The cacophony lasted for 5 ear-splitting seconds. Then it was over, and only the roar of the engine pervaded the silence of the night around us. We drove back to his family's place in Albuquerque, and never spoke about what happened that night. Even now, as I write this, it still feels like some kind of horrible dream. When I was in my 20s, I took a job as a park ranger at a state park. It was the perfect job for me at the time. I loved working outdoors. Every day presented new challenges, and I got to work alone. On days when I'd get my work done early, I would find a beautiful spot somewhere in the park and just read or listen to music. It was therapeutic. I had just gone through a tough year. School wiped me out, and I had just broken up with my long-term girlfriend. I needed an escape, and the park provided it. While working during the day was amazing, the night shift at the park wasn't as relaxing. Do you know how uncomfortable the night can make even the most comfortable spaces in your house feel? Well, the pitch black of Mother Nature is like that feeling on steroids. The absolute worst place to sit during the night shift was the North End Watchtower. Everyone who worked there called it the Centennial, because it was massive and looked out across the whole forest that made up the park. It was tall, just over 100 feet above the ground, and made of old pine that seemed to retain the scent as if it had been cut the day before. It was basically like a little cabin on top of really tall stilts. However, inside wasn't exactly a luxury box. The wall that faced the forest was one large window that gave pretty breathtaking views, but was also really good at giving you feelings of vertigo. Inside, there was relatively meager furniture. There were just 2 chairs, one for sitting in good weather and one insulated for bad weather, an old desk, and a single bare light bulb overhead, and a small fan to help keep you cool. I always brought something to read or write, because the night watch in the tower is dull as hell. It was quite a hike, too. It took about 10 minutes or so to walk the 10 stories. When you had to do it in the dark at night, it tended to take a little longer. Each story you climbed disappeared into the darkness below you. It could be a bit unsettling. Once you're on top of the tower, your job for the shift is to basically look for fires or anything else out of the ordinary. When there was a full moon, you could see so much of the woods, but when there was a new moon or cloudy, you couldn't see a damn thing. If it wasn't for the bare light bulb in the cabin, you couldn't see anything. Typically, you would keep in touch with the people on the walkie and just idle away the hours. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I never dozed off for a while. But if you had come to visit me on some nights, I might have had sleep creases on my face. Most nights, when I was in the Centennial, I brought a book and read, or a journal to write in. Basically, occupy my mind for the shift and ignore the dark. Rangers, especially older ones, love to tell stories about the weird stuff they've seen over the years. People tend to think of parks as safe zones, where the most deadly thing that can happen is an animal attack. And yes, while animal attacks do occur, most of the violence comes from people. Campers, drunk, will get into fights or fall into fire pits, or get lost on their way to the bathroom. Drifters will sneak into the park and stay in unoccupied cabins or buildings. I cannot tell you the number of times I've walked into squatters chilling in a distant ranger cabin and have had to evict them. But one thing no one outside of the world of park rangers likes to talk about is the parks, especially at night, tend to be a haven for criminals. I know it sounds crazy at the outset, but it happens. Criminal activity, you name it, it happens. I was lucky to never deal with any of the more heavy stuff. A few times, we found drugs to be sold, or a small patch of weed growing in the woods, but nothing horrifying. But if you've put your time in at a park, eventually you'll run into something that will haunt your dreams. Not too far off where the park was, there was a correctional facility. It wasn't Alcatraz or anything that high security, but the people there were serious criminals. It was a distance away. On clear nights, you could barely make out the lights from the yard along the horizon, but it loomed large in your imagination. Your rational brain knew that any criminal could have to brave the dangerous forest in pitch black before they ran into you, but a tiny flicker of light kept a corner of your brain illuminated. It could happen. It won't, but it could. It was near the end of summer, and some of the staff had already split for the year. I was on for a few more weeks, but I was going to get night duty for most of those days since I was on the lowest of the totem pole. Worse, I would be on sentinel duty for those nights. I know having the least amount of seniority was the main reason, but I know that my boss and a few older rangers play poker those nights as well. Since I had no money or skills, I was sent up to the tower. As the sun was starting to set, I walked into the central station at the park entrance. A few of the rangers were milling about, messing around. The day shift was relaying night shift things that they could be aware of, that kind of stuff. It was mainly nothing. Not a ton of campers in the park this time of year, just a few sightings of bears nearby. Someone also swears they saw a bobcat, but wasn't sure. But someone walked into the station, and the tenor of the night shifted. "Excuse me," a woman about 40 said in an overwhelming polite way. She dressed in leggings, and my guess was she was here to walk the trails. My boss, and wannabe Casanova, Jonesy, noticed the outfit and lack of a wedding ring, and shot her his 10-cent smile. "Welcome to the state park. How can I help you today?" he said, his words dripping with saccharine. Hi," she said, taken back a little bit. "I want to report something. Well, maybe report is a bit extreme, but just make sure you're aware of something I saw out on the trails." "Sure, what did you see?" She shifted her weight, a little uneasy it seemed. I clocked in and thought it was a little unusual. Sometimes when people see a bear or a bobcat, two things that had been spotted recently, they might have their adrenaline pumping and be a bit jittery, but that wasn't it. This sounds crazy, but I think I saw something stalking me out in the woods." "I'm sorry to hear that. Probably gave you a bit of a spook," Jonesy said. "We've had a few bear and bobcat sightings lately." "No," she said definitively. "It wasn't a bear or a bobcat. I think it was a person." "What trail?" "Sandalwood Loop B, I think it's called. That's not that far off from a few campgrounds and fishing cabins." They didn't look like a camper. Everyone in the cabin had stopped talking and turned their attention to the woman. She noticed, and you could see the red rush to her cheeks. "What did they look like?" They looked shadowy," she said, "like they were afraid of the sun or something." "And they were following you?" "I caught something in the corner of my eye, around the last turn of the loop. I just stopped and pretended to stretch, and I saw something in the woods just off the trail. They were hiding behind a tree, eyeballing me." "Jesus," Jonesy said. "I'm sorry that happened to you." "Thank you," she said, her voice going soft. They followed me until I got to the end of the loop. I started running and lost sight of them." Jonesy turned back to the two older rangers and told them to hop in a gator cart and go check out the woods for anything. He told them to keep their walkies on and their sidearm just in case. They left in a flash, and Jonesy turned his attention to the woman. "Can you tell me anything that might help? Did they have any kind of identifiable clothes? Did they speak to you?" She interrupted. "They made noises." "Noises?" Jonesy asked, slightly confused. "Yes, a few. They made kind of a chittering noise. A faint, yelling kind of sound." "Possibly cicadas," another ranger said. "A group of them can scare the fur off a cat." "Maybe, I don't know. They also whistled, but not like they were whistling at me. It's like they were trying to blend in with nature." "Can you describe the noise?" She whistled something that I knew right away. "That sounds like a wood thrush." "How do you know that?" Jonesy said, not being able to help himself. "My grandpa was an avid birder." He turned his attention back to the woman. "Do you want to file a police report, or—" No, she said quickly. "I don't even have that much information. I was just scared and wanted to let you know just in case." "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said. "I don't think anyone else was on the trail after me, but I didn't feel right not telling you. I'm so sorry that happened to you here. The park is supposed to be a place to relax." She laughed nervously. Jonesy shot her a calming smile. "Here's my card," he said, handing her one. "If you change your mind, please call me." She pocketed it and nodded. She turned to leave and then stopped. She turned back and after a brief pause said, "Something else that's weird. I saw this thing on both sides of the trail." "He crossed behind you?" "I didn't notice him doing that, but he must have, because I saw him on both sides." "Unless there was more than one of them," I said, instantly regretting it. Jonesy turned and gave me a "Jesus, dude" look, and I clammed up. "Do you need someone to escort you to your car, ma'am?" "No, I'm right out there. Thanks, though," she said as she walked out the door. We heard her motor away a few moments later. "Sorry," I said before Jonesy could say anything. He sighed. "No worries. Just don't go freaking out guests. We need people like her to come back." "People like her to come back. Right. Was I too obvious?" Jonesy said with a smile. "What do you think she saw?" I asked. "A Wendigo," one of the other rangers said, and everyone laughed. Having read about Wendigos and skinwalkers in a mythology class, I didn't find it so amusing. Might have been her eyes playing tricks on her. If someone is out there, those two will find him. They're good at tracking, and whatever is out there couldn't have gotten too far. "Great night to be up in the tower," I said with a smirk. "It's probably the safest place to be," Jonesy said. "No one climbs 10 stories if they don't have to." I hung around for about another half hour or so to see what came of the trackers. They came back and said there wasn't anything around the Sandalwood Loop, no footprints of anything they saw. Granted, the leaves had started to fall, so it was hard to see anything on the ground, but I trusted their tracking skills. Not gonna lie, even with those guys coming back empty-handed, I was still a bit nervous about the shift. Jonesy was right, though. No one climbs stairs unless they have to. This was still America, after all. Laziness always wins. Also, there was nothing in the cabin above the trees except me, a book, and a journal. Nothing worth making the journey. As the sun slid behind the horizon, I started to trek to the Centennial. When I got to the platform at the bottom, something caught my eye. The tower base is lousy, with stickers, tags, and names carved into pine. Usually, it's Joe plus Jane forever, or something along those lines. But what had been freshly cut was a bit different. It was a pair of eyes. Had the earlier events not happened, I probably wouldn't have even noticed the eyes. I chalked it up to my mind, already being primed to see some spooky stuff. I assumed it had been some kids earlier, or some older rangers looking to give me a scare. Whatever it was, I did a quick glance around me before I started up the stairs. From the vantage point high above the trees, you can see storms rolling in. Tonight was no exception. It was a waning crescent moon tonight, so it would be a bit dark, but those rain clouds made it pitch black. The only natural light I would see would be the occasional burst of lighting inside the clouds. The wind had picked up too. You could tell because there is a slight shift in the tower when the wind gusts. Not a lot, but just enough to notice. You get used to it, but when it first hits, it can be a bit jarring. There are a few wind gusts, but I settled in for the evening and stopped noticing. About an hour later, my walkie crackled to life. "How's the view?" It was Jonesy. "Great," I said. "We're about to do a pass around the park. Wanted to give you a heads up." I leaned towards my chair and glanced through the window towards the base. I saw Jonesy and a few other rangers getting into their gator carts to head out. Their headlights were bright, but only because there was literally no other light down there. The beams themselves only saw a few feet in front of you. "Thanks. You guys need me to scout anything for you?" "No, we'll be fine. But hey, if you see any Wendigos, let me know, huh?" "Funny," I said. "If you hear any thrushes singing again, run. Those boys should be all in bed by now." "I'll keep that in mind. Be back in a half hour, 40 minutes tops." "Over and out," I said, and I placed my walkie and watched those tiny ants drive off into the woods and out of sight. I kicked back in my chair and started reading again. That's when I heard a board creak. At first, my mind assumed it was probably just the wind pushing the tower. It can cause a creaking sound in the tower. But my brain pushed away the fog of rationality, and a more terrible thought became clear. What if someone was outside the door? I would have heard them walking up the stairs, right? I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon, outside of smashing my walkie or flashlight into the potential person's head. There wasn't much. If I did need to escape, light and communication would probably be a good thing to have. Didn't want to go and break essential equipment. I grabbed my walkie and pressed the button. "Jonesy?" I said, trying to sound confident. "Jonesy, you there?" I knew there was a chance he might be out of range. Sometimes these walkies can be wonky in the forest, and I was praying he would respond. But the longer I heard the static, the less hope I had he could hear me. "Jonesy, just curious if you guys had circled back this way." Finally. "Yeah, Ned forgot his light and we came back, but we're heading out now." "Okay," I said. "Hey, odd question, but did anyone come up to the Centennial by chance?" "Just you," he said, and then added, "Why?" "I thought I heard a board creak. It's breezy tonight, storm's coming in. Probably just the wind, or the Wendigo," he said, chuckling to himself. "Have fun," I said, ending the conversation. I pulled my walkie back down and stared at the door that leads to the stairs. The odds that someone would have walked up here to put a scare in me was remote. Like Jonesy said earlier, no one walks 10 stories unless they have to. But what if the woman from earlier had seen someone, or a group, and they were looking for a place to hide out? Would the Centennial be a good choice? Maybe. I don't know how the criminal mind works. Regardless, for my own sanity, I would have to swing open that door and see if anything was there. It was probably nothing, but I needed to be sure. If not, the rest of my shift was going to be miserable. I quietly walked across the cabin to the door and grabbed the handle. I counted down from 3 in my head and swung the door open. There was nothing there. In the distance, a flash of light crashed, and thunder rolled, but no person was standing there. I sighed and then stepped onto the landing. You really feel the breeze up here now. The storm was moving in quickly. You could smell the rain coming. The earthy scent that the raindrops stir up was all around me. Even though I was sure there was no one outside the cabin, I wanted to check out the stairs just in case. I walked over the stairs and stared down. In the darkness, the stories below me just merged with the night. I couldn't see anything. I pulled out my flashlight and shone the beam down the stairs next to the landing. The flashlights we had were decent, but not ideal. Cops got 1,000 lumen flashlights to shine in your eyes when they pull you over, and we were lucky to get half of that. It's not like we'd need adequate lights working in pitch black or anything. I walked down to the first landing and glanced around. Nothing seemed out of place. I flashed my light down the next landing, and something caught my eye. The light reflected off of something on the stairs. Not unlike a toddler, I made my way to a shiny object. I was a little surprised to find a small piece of reflective strip on the stairs. I didn't remember seeing it on my way up. I would have picked it up and thrown it away. It looked like it had been ripped off a jacket or a uniform or something. But how did it get up here? The wind might have blown this up from the campsite, but that felt wrong. It was. I turned to climb back into the cabin when I froze. On the railing, something had carved another set of eyes. I didn't move. I stood there as my brain tried to piece together an excuse that made sense, but it was failing. Even when I started to feel the patter of rain on my face, I didn't move. What the hell was going on? Fearing that something might be looking at me, I clicked off my flashlight. I know I said earlier I didn't want to waste essential tools, but at this point, I was ready to brain someone until the damn thing broke. The rain started to come down a bit harder, which helped to break me from my fugue state. I was about to start back up towards the cabin when I heard the floorboards above me squeak. There was a crash of thunder nearby, and it barely registered in my mind. I was so tuned into the symphony of pine stairs that a bomb could have blown off near me, and I'd miss it. After what felt like 17 hours, I hadn't heard anything else. I relaxed a little bit. It was probably nothing. My mind was overreactive, and I was stringing together desperate events into a cohesive narrative to scare myself. I was sure that was it. Then I heard something drag across the pine above me. It sounded like someone was gouging out the wood. I didn't know what to do. My legs felt like jello. I wanted to go streaming down the stairs, but I was afraid I would make too much noise. Plus, the idea of running down 8 stories of now wet steps didn't sound ideal. I slowly started making my way toward the stairs, heading down when the gouging noises above me stopped. After a slight pause, I heard footsteps head towards the door of the cabin. Someone was up there. I was sure of it. But what they wanted to do, well, I didn't want to think about that. I slowly started down the stairs, careful to not let any of them squeak underneath me. I kept my flashlight off and descended into the darkness. I reached for where my walkie should be and cursed to myself when I realized I had left it up there. As if on cue, I heard the cabin door swing back open and heard an object crashing through the trees towards the ground. As it passed me, I heard the familiar static of the walkie. Whatever was in the cabin had just tossed my only lifeline to the outside world. Well, that wasn't good. I hastened my trip down the stairs. As I rounded the landing for the 6th story, I suddenly heard the familiar call of a wood thrush 3 landings below me. Only, the thrushes were gone at this time of night. This was a person. He made the noise again, and it clicked as to why they would give their position up. He was signaling to the person above me. He was letting him know where I was. 1 above, 1 below. I was trapped. Above me, I heard someone start down the steps. They moved slow and steady, deliberate. Whoever was up there was coming down to me, and I had nowhere to go. I thought about jumping down and tried to grab a branch on the way, but I knew that would end poorly for me in the best of scenarios, and deadly in worse. They rounded down the 2nd story. I was running out of time for a plan. I could rush down the stairs and try to bull rush whatever was down there, but the rain was coming down harder now, and we could slip and fall off the tower. The only thing I had going for me was the darkness. I had the only light, and the outside of the occasional lightning flash. It was dark as hell. It would cloak me if I had a spot to hide. As I rounded the landing above me, I made a decision that, looking back, was one of the wildest things I ever done in my life. I wake up some nights gasping for breath because I dreamed about doing this. The instinct to survive is so deeply ingrained into our animal brain that I suppressed all of the fear I would usually have and just acted. As quietly as I could, I climbed over the handrail and just hung off the side of the stairs. My feet felt for the handrail on the landing below to help steady me, but my toes just grazed against the wood. I couldn't reach them. My arms started burning as I held my weight. I clawed into the wood with my hands, hoping my nails digging into the pine would counteract my wet palms. I closed my eyes, partially to shut out the pain of my arms and partially because I was afraid of the whites of my eyes would get noticed. I heard the footsteps turn the corner and start coming down the stairs right next to me. I held my breath. My arms were burning and I was so afraid I would lose my grip. The person took the steps one at a time, slow as possible. They were looking for me on the landing, but didn't see me. Suddenly, whatever it was started chittering in the darkness. A few seconds later, the wood thrush called back. The footsteps stopped coming down the stairs and started going back up. No. In a flash, a solution came to me. I used my right foot to kick off my left boot. Suddenly, I was glad I didn't take Jonesy's advice to keep the laces as tight as a drum. I kicked my boot off onto the landing below me, and they landed with a heavy crash. The footsteps stopped going up the stairs. I freed my other boot, and it crashed down next to their partner on the landing. It sounded like I was down there. The footsteps walked right past me, heading down quickly to surprise me on the landing below. As soon as they rounded the corner, I called upon my strength and my body to quickly pull myself back over the railing. I landed with a thud, which gave away the ghost. I popped up and dashed up the stairs to the top of the cabin. I knew they'd be right behind me, so I didn't hesitate. In seconds, I was at the top of the stairs and outside of the cabin door. I was met with another pair of eyes carved into the wood. They stared back at me, watching and waiting to see what I was going to do next. I dashed into the cabin and leaned against the door to brace against anyone trying to burst in. I knew two people, at least I hoped they were people, were coming, and they were not going to stop until they got into the cabin. Another bolt of lightning flashed nearby, and the ensuing thunder shook the tower. Things were close. I glanced up and noticed that someone had carved yet another set of eyes staring at me above the window. Only this time, they left a message with the picture. You watch us, but who's watching you? I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I swallowed hard as two sets of footprints reached the top of the landing. Sure enough, they charged onto the door, pushing it open slightly. I braced hard against the door and started yelling. Just the most primal screaming I've ever done. They kept thumping the door, each time pushed the door open a bit more and a bit more. I was struggling to hold out against them. I was tired and my socks were slipping on the wood. It was only a matter of time until they burst through. I thought about my life. I thought about my parents, my friends, all of the things I'd never get to do. Then the hair on my arm started to stand on end. Then my leg hair. Then my hair started to rise. Only, it wasn't fear that was causing this. It was something much more primal, much more natural, much more powerful. I dashed across the room and sat on the insulated stool, a beat-up wooden seat with glass legs, and held my feet up. The door burst open and I saw two sets of eyes staring at me. The two faces grinned, and the cabin light reflected off of the blade of a knife. I screamed as everything went white, and what sounded like the sky splitting into two erupted around us. Lightning had struck the tower. I was safe. Glass and wood are crappy conductors, but the two men who were standing in a puddle weren't so lucky. The blast had shocked them and sent them tumbling down the side of the tower. When I opened my eyes, I could see the burn marks across the pine and the smell of fire that had been started. Without giving a second thought, I dashed out the door, careful not to catch myself on fire, and ran down the stairs of the Centennial. It may take about 10 minutes to climb up, but it took me about 2 minutes to get down. As soon as I hit the bottom of the landing, I saw the light of the gator carts pull up. I collapsed on the ground as Jonesy and the other rangers rushed over me. I glanced up and saw his face, and I started to sob. Above him, the flames licked and ate away the tower floor by floor. It would burn for over an hour. Later I learned that the two men taken by the lightning were escaped convicts from the jail. Both of them had beat up a guard, grabbed their clothes, and headed out into the woods 3 days earlier. The escape had been kept quiet because they didn't want to spook anyone, and thought they'd track them down in the woods sooner rather than later. Why scare people if they didn't have to? Also, that's so ridiculous. They both have been convicted of murder, and I swear this is what the police told me. The criminals had ill intent for me. I told the officers I had gathered that. Thinking back, they probably watched me climb up the tower later and saw an easy target. When I had first heard the floorboards squeak outside the door, the criminal that had followed me up made a quick decision to climb up onto the roof of the cabin to prevent me from seeing him until he was ready. I probably didn't hear anything on the roof because of the fan and the rain. I think about what he could have done to me if he had caught me by surprise, jumping down from the roof and shudder. At best, I'd be stabbed by a madman. At worst, I tumbled 10 stories to the end. Either way, not a great thing to linger on during idle hours. That was my last day as a ranger. I was due back to school in a few weeks, and I needed to calm my nerves. Everyone understood. They even paid me out for a week, which was nice. I also took a small part of the Sentinel as a memento of the ordeal. Every time I look at that piece of wood I took from the tower, I wasn't reminded of what could have happened to me, but instead of what I did to survive. Someone was watching me that night, but it wasn't just the criminals. It was nature herself.
This incident was the most terrifying experience of my life. This happened in the fall of 1982 in Baxter State Park, Maine. I lived in Manchester, New Hampshire at the time, and desperately wanted to get one last camping trip in before the weather changed and the region would become buried in snow and tourists from out of state for the skiing season. It was early November, and it was still warm during the day and nice and chilly at night, perfect for sitting around the fire and relaxing. I loved the outdoors, I still do, but the events of that night in Maine would leave a mark on me for the rest of my life. My husband worked all weekend at the hospital downtown, and both the kids were at Grandma and Grandpa's for the weekend. I called in sick to work, loaded up my Bronco, strapped the canoe on the roof, and hit the interstate. I was on the water late in the afternoon. I loved this area because of how remote it was. I was a few miles from my launch site where the truck was parked when I spotted a perfect place to camp. I paddled toward the shore. This is a great spot, I thought to myself. I set up my little tent, built a fire, and unfolded my packed chair to relax. The day turned into night, and I crashed out in the tent. The following day I awoke to the sounds of birds chirping. It was a little cooler, but still great weather. I took my camera out into the forest to take some pictures. I did some fishing and just enjoyed the peaceful stillness of this remote wilderness. The day was uneventful, and soon after dinner I lay in my tent with my flashlight reading. I must have dozed off, because I awoke startled by something moving outside my tent. I laid still, but instinct told me that there was something outside. I could hear the carefully placed steps of something. There are moose and black bear up here. Moose can be very dangerous if you walk upon them by surprise. The bears generally smell you before you see them and keep away. I lay still and listened. Whatever it was had stopped at the entrance flap of the tent. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out a faint, shadowy shape. I was wide awake now and on full alert. Whatever it was, I could hear it sniffing around and panting out of breath. I slowly began to unzip the tent when it ran off. I opened the flap of my tent and looked out just in time to see the branches swaying and hear the sound of something moving through the brush and into the deep woods. The sound of its steps told me one important thing. It was on 2 legs. That couldn't be right. I hadn't seen any other people since entering the park and leaving my truck at the trailhead. The tourist season for leaf peepers had passed, and even so, someone could only reach this location by the waterway. I suppose someone could be out here, someone I hadn't seen or heard until they came sniffing and snorting around my campsite in the middle of the night. I guess it was possible. As the sun rose, I ate my breakfast but remained on guard. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I felt a presence in the forest, someone or something just out of sight. I kept a .45 revolver when I camped out here in the North Woods. I wasn't concerned about the wildlife so much as the weirdos you might run across. In my experience, the scariest thing you can come across when you're alone in the deep woods is another human. I couldn't be sure if someone were out there, but the paranoia had begun to take hold. It was dark now, and I was inside my tent. I kept the revolver close and my boots on. I was done playing games. I sure didn't plan on shooting anyone, but I was sure to show them I was no easy target. I sat up quickly. I must have fallen asleep again, because I was startled awake by movement all around the tent. The shadows everywhere, on all sides, in all directions. I could hear sniffing and snorting, low growls and raspy breathing. What is happening? I thought in a panic. It didn't sound like people, but the height of the shadows cast against the flaps of the tent in the moonlight revealed prominent, upright figures. There must have been 5 or maybe 6 on all sides. Fear shook me as I made the realization I was surrounded. The low growling started. It was answered back on the other side and all around me. Low, deliberate growling. Were these coyotes? Were the massive shadows just the light playing tricks on me? The growling increased in pitch and intensified, and I knew an attack was imminent. I pulled my revolver and fired straight up into the air. The next moments were a complete blur. I charged through the tent with just the clothes on my back, my .45, and the truck keys in my pocket. I bolted straight for the canoe and muscled it into the water. I jumped in and began paddling. I never looked back until I got far enough from the shore. I should have never looked back. They were standing completely still on the riverbank, their bodies crouched down with heads low, eyes reflecting in the moonlight. They looked like giant coyotes, or maybe even wolves, 6 in total. I was transfixed by what I was seeing. I had never seen a coyote this large. As I sat in the safety of my little canoe, studying these creatures, they did something that I will never forget. They began to stand up on their hind legs. Each one would slowly raise up on 2 legs. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They all stood like men. These things, these creatures that had almost ambushed me. I turned and furiously paddled as the howling rang out behind me. I haven't been in the forest since.
This happened a year ago, and I can't stop thinking about it. No matter how hard I try in quiet times, my mind goes back to that night. The night I found out you really should be frightened of the dark. My sister lives in a backwater town, a bit of a drive away. I hadn't gone to see her in such a long while, I decided to use my week vacation to drop by. I was bringing over gifts and clothing I had grown out of for her. She's a fantastic cook. Spending a week having some good home-cooked meals and no reliable internet was just what I needed. I packed up and got on the road pretty excited for my week away. But I had been so busy tying up loose ends for my trip, I got going very late in the day. The sun was already setting by the time I got on the highway. She knew I was going to get in late. I might arrive by 11 a.m. and I would call her when I was getting close and she could greet me by the door. I found myself on a dark highway surrounded by farmland for miles. When it wasn't farmland, the highway was cut through dense trees. While I was driving, I saw something I never thought I would. Something that made me pull over. Speeding along, I saw a figure walking along the side of the road, my headlights reflecting off the white sweater they were wearing. It was a small figure, so I felt safe stopping and at least looking to see if they needed help. My entire life, I had never seen someone just walking along the side of the highway. I hadn't seen a house for a long time, or a car that had been pulled over. I had no idea where the person came from or where they were trying to go. I stopped my car and got out to get a good look at the person in the dark. They had also stopped when I pulled out in front of them. I lifted my hand and gave a weak wave, and got one back. "Do you need help?" I called out and waited. When I didn't hear anything, I started to walk towards them. It wasn't a good idea for a short woman like myself to approach a stranger on the side of the road. It could be an ambush, but my brain wasn't thinking about that. I was concerned because the figure was clearly a child. When I got close enough to see, I could tell that he couldn't be older than 13. I was guessing it was a boy, but it was hard to tell with the baggy clothing and shoulder-length wavy hair. White wavy hair. I had my cell phone out and using the flashlight function on it to see if the boy was hurt. I stopped a few steps away from him, and he looked up at me. One side of his face was covered by his hair. One red eye looked back at me. I froze in fear for a half second, but mentally berated myself for such a reaction. The boy's hair now made sense. He was albino. I never personally met someone with this condition, but I had seen photos. Would it be possible to get a lift to the next town over? The boy asked in such a low, soft voice, even standing as close as I was, I could barely hear him. Of course. Why are you on the side of the road, sweetie? Come on, get in the car. I have some water. He followed behind me, silently. He wasn't crying or anything. And the odd thing was, he wasn't wearing any shoes either. It was just so strange. I had to call the police. I knew that, but I wanted to make sure he was alright first. He climbed into the passenger seat so I could see him more clearly. He was so pale, his skin almost looked silver. He looked so small and frail, he would have no chance with someone with bad intentions. I gave him a bottle of water and let him drink it before asking more questions. "What's your name?" I asked. "I'm Nikki." I added my name in, thinking that he would be more comfortable if he knew it. "Ellie." Again, he spoke so softly I could barely hear him. I at least got a name out of him. I needed some more answers, though. What were you doing on the side of the road? Do you have someone I could call? I asked as nicely as I could, hoping it would make him speak some more. "I'm heading to the next town to meet an acquaintance. He's an officer. I have no one you can contact. If it's possible, it would be nice to get a ride to the police station. But please do not go out of your way for myself." At least the kid was polite. I debated on what I should do. He wasn't injured and he wanted to be taken to the police. If that was the case, I could just drive him and not bother calling someone to pick him up. It really wouldn't be any trouble to myself. And he wasn't a threat to me either. He was so small, even if he pulled a weapon, I could swat it away. I decided to take him where he needed to go. "All right, I'll take you. Are you sure there isn't anyone I can call?" I asked once more. He only shook his head. Either the poor kid really didn't have any family, or he was running from them. At least he was on the way to some help, so I decided to not press the matter. I started up the car and put the directions on my phone to the police station he wanted, and we were on our way. The whole thing was a bit weird, but not supernatural weird. That came after. Ellie didn't talk while we drove. The poor kid must have been so exhausted from the walking, he nodded off. I was glad he trusted me enough to nap right beside me. I would send a message to my sister telling her I would be late. We drove in silence for a little while when I saw yet another thing that I never expected to see. A car just sitting in the middle of the road. I saw it soon enough that I slowed down and stopped a few feet from it, just staring at the odd sight. We were on the highway, but it was the dead of night and I saw no cars. Plus, any cars coming from behind us would see both cars stop soon enough to brake safely. The car had the driver's side and passenger doors open. I sat on a strange angle, idling. When I reached to undo my seatbelt and get out to see what was going on, I felt a small hand on my arm, and it made me jump. "Keep driving." Ellie's voice was so stern it froze me in place. It was no longer the voice of the soft-spoken child I had heard before. But someone could be hurt. I stammered, not knowing how to react. "They're already gone." My mind couldn't process those words. I suddenly started to question who I let in my car and if I was safe. But my rational mind said that the car in the middle of the road was a trap. Once I got out, I could be dragged into the middle of the woods by whoever put the car there to start with. Movement made me pull my gaze away from Ellie and to the road. Out from the front of the car, a large dog came trotting out, staring at us. At first, I thought it was a breed of husky, but it took a few moments to realize my mistake. This wasn't a dog, but a wolf. I had never seen a wolf in person before. They were much bigger than I had ever thought. Its yellow eyes stared us down, waiting for us to react. Then another came from the trees. This whole thing was crazy. My mind couldn't put it together, the two facts of the car in the middle of the highway and the wolves wandering around it. Wolves weren't native to the area. Coyotes maybe, but not wolves. If the car was placed to ambush people, then why were the wolves in the area? I don't understand any of it. I understood less when the wolf by the car started to stand up. My throat closed up and my body tensed as I saw the creature seamlessly turn from a wolf just standing on its back legs to a hulking monstrous form that towered into the darkness before us. "Drive," Ellie ordered, and his hands gripped onto my arm, hurting enough just to bring myself back. "I don't understand," I said, still, but a bit dumbfounded. "Silver King, oh Silver King, a pleasure it is running into you here. Come out to greet us." The figure standing in the road roared at us in a booming voice and outstretched its clawed arms in greeting. It was covered with dark rough fur, with a body similar to a man. Its head was large, but looked like the wolf that had been looking at us seconds before. Its legs were the same of a wolf also, and I wondered how it was even standing. Behind it, a tail nearly half the size of its body moved back and forth. "Is that a werewolf?" I asked, the idea sounding completely insane. Monsters weren't real. They just weren't. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but it was in front of me, standing there, beckoning us out. I looked over to Ellie, expecting him to disagree or even call me crazy, but I only saw a look on his face, saying not to ask him to say the ridiculous truth out loud. Before I could ask again, the creature outside spoke. "Come out. We have such treats tonight." On its odd legs, it walked over to the idling parked car and easily ripped off the back door so it could reach in and bring something out. I froze when I saw he was holding a stuffed rabbit. A person had been inside of that car. My head started to swim and I felt sick. Again, my hand went to my seatbelt, even though I had no idea how I could help in any way. "I told you, they were already gone. Do not leave this car. I cannot protect you," Ellie warned in his gravely stern voice. "Didn't he just call you the Silver King? What's that about?" I demanded in a low hiss. "That is my title. I am the king of them, the king of everything born in the moonlight or the dark. And as I could easily take them, I cannot do so in order to protect a human. I am their king, not yours. So stay in the car." I couldn't help but stare silently at this helpless boy. He no longer looked like the weak, frail child I had picked up on the side of the road. He looked more frightening than the monster outside, but I couldn't help but trust him. His hand gripped into my arm one last time, then slowly pulled back. He was done warning me. If I got out, I would be taken. I may have already been taken if he hadn't picked me up. Those monsters, those werewolves could rip car doors off. I was idling and nothing was stopping them from dragging me out of the car to rip me apart. Nothing aside from who was sitting next to me, but I still felt like I couldn't just leave. I turned my attention to the dark beast still in the road, teeth gleaming in the moonlight, a cruel smile over what him and his pack had already done. Without a second thought, I got the car out of the park and slammed down on the gas. Ellie was jerked forward in his seat as my car sped forward, directly towards the monster in front of us. The thing could have jumped out of the way, but I think he wasn't expecting it and his reaction had been delayed. The car slammed into the werewolf, knocking him back. I expected more damage to both him and the car, but we got off pretty alright. That was until the car was in reverse and ran directly over the creature's legs, it howling in pain. It was not good for my junker of a car, but it was worse off for the wolf. I could only risk running it over once. I saw more of the wolves in the woods glaring at us. Slamming on the gas once more, we sped off, leaving the monster in the road. Even as I drove, I could see his legs were healing and snapping back into place. I doubted I did any lasting damage, but I was sure I hurt its pride. The others in the woods could have caught us before we got away, but my passenger must have scared them enough to stay away. We were silent for a long time as I drove along the empty road, listening to my car making grinding noises from time to time. "Was that stupid?" I asked finally. "Yes, but justified." I wanted to laugh. The whole night had just been so out there, I didn't know what else to do. But I held it in, thinking it would be in poor taste. Once my racing heart slowed down, I noticed I was going well over the speed limit. I thought to slow down, but would rather a ticket instead of those creatures catching up. Ellie didn't talk to me again until we arrived to the police station. "Are those things going to find me?" I asked slowly. "No, I doubt it. They're unaware of your relationship with me. If you had some future use and they got you, I would be very upset with them, and the creatures of the night do not wish to upset me." I sighed in relief, but it came too soon. "However, since you have encountered something like them, you are more likely to encounter something else you humans would call supernatural. You're almost guaranteed to be taken by a supernatural threat after surviving the first one. I am unsure when that shall happen. It could be when you're 100 or a week from now. Going by your luck, seeing as you came across myself and a pack of wolves in the same night, I think you don't have a long life." I should have been worried about my bleak outlook, but I couldn't help but want to laugh again by Ellie apparently being embarrassed calling them werewolves. I wonder why he disliked them so much. "Is there anything I can do about that?" I asked, hoping for a good answer. "Enjoy the life you have left. You humans could be gone at any second. You just so happen to know the most likely reason why you are to perish. I would suggest not to fear it. Just live the way you like." It wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but I would take it. My face fell trying to figure out what my life would be like from now on. How I would be able to live knowing that there was some things in the dark just waiting for me. Ellie noticed my face and let out a small sigh. He looked from me and the police station we were parked in front of. "You did do me a favor, so I will grant you one in return. If you come across something of the night, and if you have time to do so, tell them you are useful to the Silver King. However, you may only use my name once, and I do not promise that thing shall spare you. It only gives you a better chance of survival." I didn't know much about his world, but even I could tell that this was a huge favor he was giving me. I was thankful for it. Just dropping his name may give me a few more years to my life. He saved me twice that night, and all because I gave him a ride. "Thank you." I gave him a smile and watched as he got out of the car. I waited until he was on the steps of the police station out of habit. He could handle himself, but I still wanted to make sure he got inside safely. I sent my sister a message saying I was going to be a bit late. I then drove off, leaving the odd person behind. Since then, I hadn't seen anything strange. I sold my car while I stayed at my sister's place and got a new one, just in case a certain wolf remembered what hit him while I drove back home. I didn't tell my sister what happened, aside from finding a kid on the side of the road and turning him in. There was a report of a car found on the highway, but I didn't want to know any more information about it. I don't want to know who was lost that night and how I couldn't do anything to help it. I still can't help but wonder how Ellie is doing and who he was meeting that night, but it's best if I never see him again and never find these answers. I live in a small town in central Alabama, and on nearly all sides, my town is surrounded by a forest. Growing up, I never thought anything of the forest. Many kids would play in it. We'd get our hands on BB guns and play war games. Some of my friends and I would build forts out there. Nothing about it ever scared me. That was until someone went missing. I was in 9th grade when it happened. The kid that went missing was in 6th grade. My town has a population of around 1,200, so there weren't many suspects that the police could go off of. The days of searching turned up nothing. After the 5th day, the search was called off, and the boy was declared missing. It was our little town's tragedy. For the next couple of years, no one allowed their kids into the forest for obvious reasons. Every year, there'd be a ceremony to remember the kid, and all of the schools would let out early that day. Once again, however, more people went missing during a hunting trip. I was the only survivor. It was the end of my senior year, and to celebrate, my dad wanted to take me on a hunting trip. I was never really into hunting like he was, but I decided to tag along, since I didn't spend too much time with my dad. He brought along 2 of his buddies, Randy, who was around 5'10" and had shaggy brown hair, and Hector, who was 6'1", slightly chubby, and had balding blonde hair. I hadn't really interacted with them before the trip, so it was a little awkward at first. My dad said we'd be in the woods for a good long time. He had planned for us to go early in the morning and come back late at night. He told me to pack whatever drinks and snacks I wanted. I only brought waters for my drinks because I didn't want to get dehydrated. As for snacks, I brought the classics, Little Debbie's, chips, etc. I was given a .300 Winchester Magnum for my rifle. I'd shot guns before, so I wasn't worried about misfiring or missing my target. The day we were going, I was woken up at like 4 a.m. by Hector. He told me that my dad and Randy were just about ready. I got up and put the clothes that I had picked out for the day on. When I went out to the kitchen to grab my iced coffee out of the fridge, I saw my dad and his 2 friends outside smoking. I could hear them loudly laughing and talking about old times. I got my things ready, and after a couple of minutes of being awake, I stepped outside, with my bag over one arm and rifle over the other. "Hey there, buddy, ready to go?" my dad asked, tossing his cig on the walkway and grinding it with his shoe. "Sure am. I got everything I need." At the time, I was excited, just to hang out with the grown-ups and see what my dad got up to. We made our way to my dad's truck, where Randy and Hector decided to ride in the bed instead of using their own cars. I sat up front next to my dad, who was starting the truck when I climbed in. It was just barely starting to get to dawn. The sky still that deep early morning blue. The temperature was around 70 degrees Fahrenheit. The high that day would be around 87. Not too bad. As we drove to the hunting grounds, Hector and Randy got tossed around in the back because the roads in town were not very well maintained. "So how do you feel about going on this trip with your old man and my fellow idiots back there?" He gave a hearty chuckle. "I'm pretty excited. I'm glad you brought them along. They seem nice enough." "Yeah, I figured it would have been boring just the 2 of us. And hey, you hadn't really talked to them up to this point, so why not, you know?" The drive was about 10 minutes. Along the way, my dad and I had a nice chat about life and everything that had been going on in each other's lives. Meanwhile, Randy and Hector were arguing about who missed shots more often. It got kind of heated, and my dad slammed on the brakes, which tossed them into the cab. My dad busted out laughing when he did this, and the way he laughed made it seem like it was the funniest thing in the world. Randy and Hector did not share the same amusement. We made it to the hunting grounds, and another truck was already there. It had a thin layer of dirt over it, which anything around my town got if you didn't clean it regularly. We got out and grabbed our things before making our way down to the trail. My dad commented about some good spots to start with before we went deeper into the woods. We set up a spot about half a mile down the trail. Hector immediately, upon sitting down, pulled a drink out of his bag. He tossed one to me and to Randy. I instinctively caught it, but then I realized I shouldn't have and tried to hand it back. "Come on now, you can drink that. You're an adult now," Hector said. "I just don't really like it, but thank you for the offer." He shrugged and took it back. Randy accepted the offer for free booze and began to drink his rapidly. My dad got my attention quietly and pointed out towards the hill in the distance. It was hard to make out exactly what he was pointing at in the early morning light, but I'm sure it was a deer. "Ready to see the first one of the day, guys?" He got everyone's attention to try to show off how good a shot he was. However, right when he was about to pull the trigger, Randy slapped him in the back of the head. This caused him to miss aim and completely miss the deer, which ran away. Randy cackled like a madman afterwards, exclaiming about how it was payback for earlier. I'll admit it got a chuckle out of me as well. We waited at that spot a couple more minutes before moving on. When we got to the next spot, I thought I saw someone off in the woods, away from any trail. I pointed it out to my dad, who thought the person must be an idiot. Going off on the trails is a good way to get shot. Whoever it was seemed just slightly taller than the average person, but this wasn't really enough to make me nervous or anything like that. As everyone was setting up, the person vanished into a thicker area of trees and was gone from sight. I didn't think much of it. By this point in the trip, enough time had passed that the sun was now above the horizon and the lighting was much better. I managed to hit a deer, getting it. Everybody seemed happy that I was able to do it on my first try. But like I said, I wasn't that big into hunting, so I wasn't terribly excited. The morning passed peacefully. Every now and again I could catch glimpses of the dude moving throughout the trees. I never could get a good look at him because of how far away he was. It never crossed my mind that he might be following us. Another thing that never crossed my mind is that we never heard anyone else shooting, despite the fact that someone's truck was in the parking area. The day was fairly uneventful. We did the usual hunting things, like getting deer, comparing accuracies, and what have you. By around evening, I'd say we were about 6 or 7 miles into the hunting trail, and I was starting to get tired. I carried on, however, because I was having fun. We made it to the next spot, and when we got set up, we smelled rot. Now this didn't really catch our attention, because it's a hunting trail. Hector decided to look for the source of the rot. He said he wanted to move it away because it was foul. He wandered off where he believed it was coming from, and we paid little attention to where he was actually going. He never came back. After about 30 minutes of his absence, Randy noticed that he still hadn't returned, and the rot smell was still present. When we were alerted to this fact, we started to look for him, calling his name and leaving the trail. After a while of searching and walking around, we were lost. We couldn't remember which direction the trail was in. This resulted in an argument, which I was forced to break up, because it was the least productive thing we could be doing in that moment. When they stopped, my dad had the idea to try and listen for footsteps and follow whatever direction they were coming from. We all sat silent, and a realization made my stomach sink. There was no noise at all. No wind, no rustling leaves, no birds singing. Nothing. It was still and silent. I looked to the sky to see if there was an oncoming storm, but it was clear. We did hear footsteps after a couple of silent seconds. They were coming from a thicker part of the forest. By this point, it was becoming increasingly dark, so Randy pulled out his flashlight and turned it on. We made our way into the thicker part of the forest. We walked together so no one else would get lost. While looking around, I bumped into something wet. I was stunned, thinking that it must be tree sap, but when I heard Randy scream, I was plunged into fear. I slowly turned to look at what I had bumped into. When I laid eyes upon it, I proceeded to throw up the cheap snacks I had eaten earlier. It was skin strung up between two trees. Based on the face, I could tell it was Hector. My mind was flooded with thoughts. My dad told us that we needed to get out of the forest now. My dad reasoned where to go based on the direction the sun had set. Randy and I followed him out of desperation, not having any better ideas ourselves. We were swiftly moving through the trees, trying to get out as fast as possible. Occasionally, a branch would snag my clothes or hit me in the face. I heard Randy scream from behind me, and when I turned around, something that was around 8 feet tall had picked him up and was taking him away. My dad pulled out his rifle and opened fire. The noise that thing made still haunts my dreams. It was a mixture between several different animals screaming. When it turned around, I was able to get a good look at it. It had one eye in its head, and that was the only thing it had on its face. As far as proportions, its arms seemed longer than its body, although it was slouched over. The texture of its skin was oily, and it was dark gray in color. It rushed towards my dad at a blinding speed and grabbed him in front of me. It had dropped Randy, who was unconscious. I turned out my flashlight and I stood as still and as quietly as I possibly could. I heard it walk over to where it had dropped Randy. It picked him up again and stomped its way off deeper into the forest. After what felt like an eternity standing there, I slowly moved over to my dad, and I grabbed the truck keys off of his belt. I went in the direction he had suggested, slowly and carefully. He was right. I came out of the forest a couple of feet away from my dad's truck. I sprinted over to it and fumbled the keys until I could unlock it. I left the town. A couple of towns over, the police caught up to me because I was the primary suspect. However, after discovering the bodies in the shape they were in, I was let go. They were under the impression that no human could do that. I left Alabama altogether and live in Illinois now. To this day, I still wonder if that thing is still out there, preying on hunters unfortunate enough to get lost into the forest. For the sake of everyone there, I desperately hope not. When I was 4 years old, my parents moved to a secluded town in the West Virginia outback. This was because Charleston was too noisy and too expensive for them. They wanted the quiet and privacy of the wooden town. I'm not going to say the name of the town here, so you don't go there and bother the people who live there. Our new house was 2 stories with 4 bedrooms. 2 of the bedrooms were going to be converted into an office and a playroom. My parents both worked at home, so an office space for them was going to be very useful, and the playroom was for me to have all my toys and to not to bother to clean them up when I was done. I loved our house. There was nothing wrong with it, and in fact, it was the only place where I ever felt safe in that town. I started going to school at the normal age, and there weren't many other people, so making friends was easy, and by the time I was in 6th grade, I was friends with everybody at school. I started to dislike the town around age 12. Anytime I would walk to the bus stop in the morning, something always felt off. Sometimes the air was unnaturally still, despite the lack of an approaching storm. Sometimes the unusual bird songs would be present. Nothing ever felt quite right. I usually woke up for school around 6 a.m., just to take a shower and then play on my DS before I had to go to school. My bus would arrive around 8:15, so I liked the extra time to myself. One day, however, I lost track of time, and I realized I missed the bus. School started at 9 a.m., so no big deal. It wouldn't take too long for me to walk there. It was only a mile away. When I left the house that day, I once again felt the unease that I usually would whenever waiting for the bus in the morning. I brushed it off and began to walk. I distinctly remember it being silent and still that day. Although the town was tiny, you'd usually see people driving at this time in the morning, but the roads were empty, not even any kids walking to school. The walk felt like it took an eternity. It felt like something had been watching me that day, even when I was in school. I decided to sit away from the windows that day. That didn't help shake the feeling though. After class was over, I was waiting outside the school for my bus to arrive. I knew that something was watching me. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It's like my mind was screaming at me to run, that whatever it was getting closer. Just then, I saw it. As one of the buses passed, I saw something that definitely wasn't human on the bus. Its skin was pitch black. It had white dots as eyes, and it watched me through the back window as the bus drove off. I was frozen with fear. I was snapped back into reality when the bus driver hollered at me to get on. That night, I couldn't sleep. I could only think about what I saw on that bus. In the morning, I decided to tell my parents that I felt sick and I didn't want to go to school. They gave me a look like they knew I was lying, but they let me stay home anyways, since I had all A's. All day, all I could think about was that thing. However, I didn't see it again until a few years later. It was late December and the last day of school before Christmas break, and in all of my classes, we just watched movies. I sat near a window and looked out at the falling snow, and saw it, about 10 feet away from the window, staring at me. All of a sudden, I remember what I had seen a couple years ago. I don't know how long I stared, but after what seemed like an eternity, it turned and walked away into the snow. I got a better look this time. Its arms were nearly to the ground. Its legs were always bent. It had a very noticeable slouch, and it was, I guess, 7 or 8 feet tall. I was terrified when I got home that day. My mind raced with questions. What was it? Why was it following me? When I walked through the doors that day, my mom immediately hugged me and made sure I was okay. I was extremely confused, and when I asked what was going on, they showed me what had been talked about on the local news. A 13-year-old kid had been found on a small road in the town. He had been mauled by something, although they didn't show any pictures for obvious reasons. Police say it was most likely a bear. When I heard this, my stomach sank. I immediately jumped to the thought it was whatever had been watching me that day. My mom must have seen my pale face, because she reassured me that everything was fine and the police would deal with it properly. I wanted to believe her, but I just couldn't. How were the police going to catch that monster? And if I even went as far as to tell police what I saw, would they believe me? I went up to my room and turned on Cartoon Network to try to calm myself down, but it didn't work. I eventually panicked myself to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night and Adult Swim was playing American Dad reruns. I decided to go to the kitchen to get some water. As I descended the stairs, I looked out the back porch window at the bottom of the stairs. And right there, staring in the window, was the monster. I instinctively ducked back up the stairs and I peeked out to see if it had noticed me. It didn't seem like it did, because it was scanning back and forth as if looking for me. My dad had a gun in his room, so being the stupid kid I was, I thought the best idea was to get it with said gun. I snuck into my parents' room and found the hiding spot for it. I made sure it was loaded, which it was, and I crept back down the stairs. I peeked out towards the back door again, and it was gone. I slowly made my way into the kitchen, and I hid under the table, looking through all the windows to see if I could see it. Just then, I heard the front door open. I saw it slowly shamble as the door swung open. It walked around. I assumed it was looking for me. It walked up the stairs, and I heard my parents' door opening, my hands trembling as I slowly got out from under the table. I made my way over to the stairs. My parents' door was wide open. I saw the shadow against the dark blue in there. I knew that was it. I pointed the gun at the top of the stairs and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened because the safety was on. All that accomplished was that it noticed me. I saw it turn towards me. The white dots pierced into me. I fumbled the gun, trying to turn the safety off. When I got it off, I looked back up and the door was closed. It took me an eternity to work up the courage to go up the stairs and open the door. When I did, it was gone. I nearly collapsed when I saw what it had done to my parents. I'll spare the details here because they still haunt me to this day. In short, it looked like a bear attack. I was only 16 at the time and had no job. I didn't want to be put in foster care and then become homeless, but I had no other choice other than to call the police. When they arrived, they asked me questions because they found me clenching a gun in my parents' room. They ruled me out as a suspect, and like I guessed, sent me to the foster care system. Luckily, I was adopted by people who only wanted older kids so they could give them a nice home. That was only 4 years ago, so the memories are still fresh in my head. I live in South Carolina now because my new family wanted to move me away from the place that was giving me so many bad memories. I can't ever thank them enough for taking me in. I haven't seen that thing since that day. I hope that by this point someone was able to get it. If not, well, we all know the answer to that. Every night they were closer than the night before. Every time they grew in number, they became easier to make out. I could feel them watching me. I don't know where they came from, but I knew they wanted to hurt me. I could feel it. I saw the first one 3 nights ago. My house is the last one in the neighborhood. I live alone at the end of the street, so beyond my small yard is tons of acres of undeveloped land which consists of mostly tall pines and lots of undergrowth. The street just ends a few yards from my house, the grass and tree roots growing through the blacktop. All we got was an almost useless street lamp I had petitioned for because the darkness of the woods creeped me out. The dull light from the street lamp illuminates a good portion of my yard, but because of the angle, some of the tree limbs cast shadows across it. The light spans from a few feet into the woods to the wall of my house and almost completely covers the front yard, one of the last benefits of the light. Honestly, the orange glow and low hum of the street lamp used to comfort me. Now, it just fills me with dread. Dread for the day it goes out and I can't see them anymore. I was on my screened-in side porch relaxing before going to bed. In the middle of my routine, scrolling through social media, something at the edge of the woods caught my attention. I wouldn't say I saw it at first. It was more like I felt it. I put my phone away and strained my eyes to try and make out what was making me feel so uneasy. It was just at the edge of the light, as if I had caught it trying to sneak out of the darkness beyond. A shadow in the shape of a person. I didn't believe it at first. Why would I? It was just standing there, not moving, but I knew it was looking at me. It had no defining features, no eyes, no mouth, no hair. It was a perfect shadow, just standing at the edge of my yard like a person. I stared for what seemed like an eternity, not sure that I was really seeing this shadow person in my yard. Finally, I called out to it, asking what it was doing. I got no response. It didn't even move. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light and went back to scrolling. The unease continued, and occasionally I would sneak a peek back at the shadow. It never moved, never made a sound. I finished my cig and put it out before looking out to the shadow again. It was then the wind began to blow and all of the shadows from the tree limbs began moving. I watched, waiting for it to move as well. It didn't. That was the moment I began to panic. I called out to it again and again. I got no response. My stomach dropped and I began to get angry. I stood and walked off of the porch. I took maybe 3 or 4 steps towards it when I was overwhelmed with fear. I began to sweat. My mouth dried up. Every hair on my body was standing. I tried to take another step, but my body refused to move. Every primal instinct I had was telling me to run. I backed away, never taking my eyes off of it. After I got inside the house, I ran to the pantry to find my strongest flashlight. The side door of the house led to the kitchen, so it wasn't too much of a stretch. Before going back outside, I looked out the window to make sure it was still there. Of course, it hadn't moved. I walked back onto the porch, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it at the shadow. My skin crawled as the light washed over the shadow and didn't go away. The shadow was opaque. I could almost see through it when the light was directly on it. The thing was pure darkness, given shape. Not knowing what to do, I backed inside. Who could I call about this? They'd never believe me. I pulled a chair to the window in my living room and watched the shadow. I don't know when I fell asleep, but it was some time before sunrise. The next morning, I woke up to the sun hitting me in the face. I jumped up, checked the time. 7:36 a.m. The feeling of uneasiness was gone, but I had to be sure. I looked out the window and almost collapsed from relief. The shadow was gone. I ran through the previous night's events over and over in my head. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing. That had to be it. Either that or I was going insane. Maybe both. It took almost an hour to build up the courage and walk outside to inspect the spot where the shadow stood. What I saw made me run cold. There were 2 imprints in the grass, as if something had been standing in the same spot for hours. I felt sick to my stomach. There really was something in my yard last night. I backed away from the spot, never taking my eyes off the footprints. It might have been there still, but was invisible, waiting to get me. But if that were true, why didn't I feel the uneasiness I felt from last night? Did that even have anything to do with the shadow? I prayed it wouldn't be back to answer these questions. The rest of the day went by normally. It was my day off, so I just lounged around watching TV. I went grocery shopping and paid some bills. I don't really remember much of the day other than that. I just remember being anxious about nightfall, hoping it wouldn't come back. Man, what I would give to be able to go back to that feeling instead of the absolute dread I feel now. Nightfall came and I did my best to keep my mind occupied. I cooked dinner, turned on one of my favorite comedies. The night wore on and I began to feel a little bit better. It was already past the time the shadow appeared the night before when I went outside for a cig. I lit it and pulled out my phone to check the time when the feeling came back, stronger than before. I looked up and there it was, a few feet closer and more defined. I didn't have to strain so hard this time to see it. A whimper forced its way out of my mouth and I scanned the rest of the tree line. That's when I spotted the other one. I was standing just outside one of the shadows made by the tree limb closer to the road. It was standing in the same pose at first, arms just hanging to its side, but it was facing my direction. I screamed and jumped back, falling over a chair. Before I realized it, I was yelling at them, asking them what they want. My fear had been replaced by anger again, and I walked out onto the stoop. I looked on the ground for something to throw and spotted a small rock by my step. Without thinking, I grabbed it and flung it at the first shadow. The rock hit the shadow right in the chest and fell to the ground. But there was no sound when it connected. It was as if it hit nothing. The shadow didn't move. I called out again, asking them why they were here. There was no reply, of course. I don't know what I expected. That's when I realized there were no sounds. No crickets, no birds, no natural sounds at all. Just the humming of the street lamp. I looked from the first shadow to the second, the unease rising the more I look at them. I wanted them to do something, say something, anything. But they just stood there, watching me. I retreated to the porch and continued watching them until it was done. They still didn't move. What were these things? Why did they fill me with so much dread? I thought again about who I could tell about them that wouldn't send me to an asylum. I don't really have any friends, and my family lives hours away. I had never felt so alone as I did in that 5 minutes. After finishing my cig, I went back inside and posted up beside the window again. I could barely see the second shadow from my position, but as long as it didn't move, it would be fine. Hours went by, and they never moved, but the uneasiness stayed. Once again, sleep crept up on me, and before I knew it, I was waking up. It was 8:42 a.m. I was late for work. I called my manager and apologized, told her I wasn't feeling well. She said it was fine and they were overstaffed anyway, to not worry about it. I asked her if she could find people to cover my shifts for the rest of the week, as I wasn't feeling well. After a small back and forth, she agreed. I needed time to either get this thing sorted out or get out of Dodge. I spent the day trying to come up with a plan for the night. I needed to get footage of them to show people. Why hadn't I done that already? So stupid. But what was the plan after that? I couldn't even get near them because of the feeling they gave me. I thought maybe I could shoot them, but I didn't have the money or time. I just reserved myself to reconnaissance for the night, and after that I'd see where things went. Waiting for nightfall was awful. I couldn't eat. I tried to take a nap because I was exhausted from barely sleeping the previous 2 nights, but every time I started to drift off, I would think about the shadows consumed and jump awake. I couldn't do anything but sit and wait until it got dark. The hours dragged on. That day seemed like an eternity of waiting. Finally, night came, and I walked onto the porch and waited with my phone in hand, periodically checking the time. The usual sounds of nature were there. Crickets, cicadas, the odd bird. I held out some tiny bit of hope that maybe the shadows wouldn't show. Then, at 9:07 p.m., the sound stopped, and all I could hear was the hum of the street lamp. My stomach dropped so bad, I felt physically sick. I already knew what that meant, but I looked up anyway. The first shadow had moved a few feet closer to my house. The second one halved its distance. I scanned the yard and spotted 2 more. One on the opposite side of the yard as the second shadow, and the other in the middle of the street. Again, they were easier to make out than the previous 2 nights. They were more corporeal, darker than before. They didn't even blend in with the shadows near them anymore. If anything, they stood out. I walked to the door and stuck out my torso. The air felt heavy, like it was made of pure malice. I began sweating and felt faint. Shaking it off, I opened the camera on my phone and aimed it at the first shadow, who was the closest one, at probably only 12 feet from my door. I struggled to keep my hand steady enough for the camera to focus in the low light. After what seemed like forever, it focused, and I snapped a few pictures. Once I got those, I backed into the porch and took a moment to catch my breath. I looked back at the 4 shadows, looking for any type of change. Nothing. Simultaneously relieved and frustrated, I opened the pictures I had taken, and of course, they weren't clear enough to even make anything out. I had to try again, but every fiber in me was screaming for me not to. It took me a few minutes to hype myself up enough to even open the door again. Same as before, I just stuck out my torso and aimed my phone at the closest shadow. It took a moment, but the camera finally focused. The picture was going to be clear. Thank God. I would have definitive proof that I was being haunted by shadow people. As I pressed the button to take the picture, the street lamp flickered. It was only for half a second, but it ruined the picture. All I got was darkness. I cursed my luck, and the lamp flickered 2 more times as I was trying to get back to the camera. I looked up, and what I saw caused me to scream, drop my phone, and fall onto the porch in one motion. The shadows had moved. Very slightly, but they had moved. The first looked as if it had just finished taking a step forward. The second and third were in the middle of taking a step. The fourth seemed to be slightly hunched over, like it was getting ready to sprint. I got off the floor with tears in my eyes and realized my phone was outside. I bolted to the door without thinking, burst out onto the stoop. The phone was lying on the ground at the base of the bottom of the step. I reached for it and the lamp flickered again. A wave of fear hit me, and I threw up before looking towards the shadows. The first had lifted its foot, the second and third had finished their step, and the fourth was hunched further. My body seemed to move on its own after that. I left my phone, ran inside my house and locked the door. I tried to figure out why the lamp was flickering. Were the shadows doing it? No, if they could do that, they would have done it in the first place. Most likely the bulb was going out. I needed to call the electric company. I reached in my pocket for my phone and screamed in frustration when I realized it wasn't there. The lamp flickered 2 more times. I began feeling lightheaded. My vision blurred. I leaned against the refrigerator to steady myself, but it wasn't enough. My last memory from that night was falling to the floor. When I woke up, I was still on the floor. Sunlight poured through the windows. I struggled to get up. I felt weak. I didn't eat the day before, and I had barely slept in days. I finally got up and looked at my stove for the time. 11:48 a.m. Wow, it was almost noon. I stumbled out onto the porch and winced as the full brightness of the sun hit me. I walked out of the door to the stoop and picked up my phone. It was busted. I sat on the step and cried. These things were going to get me. I knew it. I ran through my options. I could just up and move. I could maybe stay at my parents' for a night or 2, but eventually I'd have to come back home. How many shadows would be here then? I decided I was going to fight them. This was my home. As long as there was light touching them, they wouldn't move. I could just buy a bow and take them out from the porch. I hadn't used one since I was a kid, but I was pretty decent back then, so I had a good feeling. First thing I needed to do was get that light replaced though. I drove downtown to the electric company and told them the light was out and it needed to be fixed as soon as possible. They told me it would be later that afternoon, but it would be fixed before dark. I thanked them and drove immediately to the nearest sporting goods store. Once there, I asked an employee to show me the bows. I was a little hurt at some of the prices of these things. I finally settled on one in my price range and stocked up on some arrows. On the way home, I stopped by a drive-thru. I didn't eat much. When I got home, I began putting the arrows together and practicing drawing the bow. I felt pretty confident in my abilities, even though it made me sore. At about 4 in the afternoon, the repair truck finally came and I walked out to the guy in the street. He told me I looked sick, which I laughed off as having a week off of partying a little too hard. We had a laugh and he went to work. Once he was done, we had made some more small talk and he asked me if I was ready for the big storm that was coming through later. My heart dropped and I told him I didn't even know it was coming. He pointed up and the sky was extremely overcast, and I cursed myself as I realized that it had been all day. I thanked him and he left. I hauled back to the sporting goods store. I ran to the hunting section and bought the brightest battery-operated spotlight and headlamp they had. Between the bow and these, I had almost wiped out my account, but I wasn't going to take the chance of these things getting me. I could always make my money back. As I walked out of the store, the first few raindrops began falling. By the time I got home, the storm was in full swing. The wind was terrible, whipping the rain sideways so hard it stung. In the short distance from my car to my house, I was completely soaked. Once inside, I grabbed my flashlight facing the middle of the kitchen floor. If things got bad and they got into my house, I could turn it on and slow them down. If not, stop them outright. I set up the spotlight in the living room just in case the flashlight didn't stop them. All I could do after that was wait. So there I sat on the porch, waiting for them to show. I was wearing the headlamp. I couldn't take any chances. It was 10:52 p.m., and they had yet to make an appearance. Maybe they didn't like the rain either, I thought. There had been a few lightning strikes in the last hour, and they seemed to be getting closer. They finally showed up. I could feel them. The pressure, the dread, it was worse than ever. I looked out onto the yard and spotted them. The first was only 10 feet away now, with 4 not far from it. Approaching from the side, 2 and 3 were 20 feet away, as if they were in no hurry. I scanned the rest of the yard and spotted 4 more. 2 were at the edge of the tree line, 1 was directly below the street lamp, and the last was standing where the number 4 originally stood. There were 8 of them. I didn't expect this many, but there was nothing I could do about it. I grabbed the bow and walked to the door of the porch. It took everything to convince me to open it. Lightning struck, and that got me moving. In one swift motion, I kicked open the door and drew my bow. I aimed it for the first shadow and shot the arrow. I missed. Of course I missed. I hadn't shot one of these things in almost 20 years. I was an idiot for thinking I could just go full Rambo on these things. The thunder finally hit and rumbled my bones. It was deafening. I shook it off and drew another arrow. I took a deep breath and aimed, trying to compose myself. I shot the arrow, and it hit the shadow in the hip area. It doesn't even react. The pressure grew. My head started hurting and I felt nauseous. Lightning struck again, and my worst fear happened. The street lamp goes out. I fell back a few steps in the darkness and reached to turn on the headlamp, but didn't manage to before the light came back on. The light was only out for 2, maybe 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. It came back on as the thunder clapped so hard the windows of my house rattled. I quickly assessed the situation. Shadow 1 had pulled out the arrow and was holding it to its side. 2 and 3 were now facing 1. 4 looked like it was in a mad sprint to the door, only about 8 feet away now. 5 and 6 were now hunched over like they were about to start running. 7 hadn't moved, and 8 had only taken a step or 2. I steeled myself and decided 4 was the most imminent threat. I knocked an arrow, opened the door, and aimed for its torso. I shot the arrow and got it right in the neck. The shadow didn't react, but pressure grew. I felt something on my lip and reached up to feel it. I pulled my hand back and my fingertips were covered in a red substance. I had a nosebleed. The pressure was so great, it caused my nose to bleed. Wow. There was no time to worry about that. I knocked another arrow and took aim at 4 again. Lightning flashed and I shot the arrow, causing me to miss horribly. The street lamp went out again, but only for a second. 4 was already reaching for the arrow in its neck. Thunder clapped and the lamp went out again, as did every light in my house. I immediately turned on my headlamp and looked at 4. It was in the process of removing the arrow. I looked around to see the others as fast as I could. They were all in various phases of movement. I had to be fast. I didn't know when the street lamp was coming on again, if at all. I knocked another arrow and aimed at 4 when the thunder clapped, startling me and causing me to drop the arrow. I heard a ripping sound to my right. I looked and caught 7 frozen in time, tearing through my screen. I looked back at 4 and my heart sunk. He was 4 feet away, reaching for me. I jumped back, slamming the flimsy door. I hooked the latch and backed up to the kitchen door. More ripping to my right. I swung around and saw 7 halfway inside, with 8 standing right beside it. Then something slammed into the door. I could only assume it was 4. I turned to see it, pressed against the glass like a kid looking in a candy store window. Even though there was no facial features, I swear it was smiling at me. Lightning flashed and I saw the rest of them were crowded around not too far behind it. I fell back into the kitchen and turned on the flashlight. Thunder boomed, shaking the house again. The light illuminated the entire kitchen in a soft LED glow. I heard the hook latch rip from the frame of the doorway outside. They were on the porch now. For some reason I expected to hear footsteps, but there were none. They started banging on the kitchen door and windows next to it. The door handle started turning slowly. My heart stopped. I was in such a hurry to turn on the flashlight, I didn't lock the door. I ran over and was reaching for the lock when the window beside the door exploded, knocking me back for a moment. That's all they needed. The kitchen door flew open and I could see at least 5 of them gathered behind 4. They weren't coming in or moving, which was promising. The flashlight was doing its job. I relaxed a bit, but only for a moment. The doorway was only about 5 feet away, easy targets. I knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and shot the arrow right at 4. I missed, but hit one of the shadows behind it. I'll take it, I thought. I was reaching for another arrow when something flew through the broken window and knocked the flashlight over. The light was now pointed down the hallway, away from the door, causing darkness behind it. I looked to see what happened and saw one of my arrows lying next to the flashlight. I looked up in terror and caught 4 in the process of crossing the threshold of my door. Instinctively, I turned and ran to the living room. I should be okay in there, I thought. They had to get past the flashlight blasting down the hallway to get to me. I walked to the couch where I left the bulk of my arrows. I grabbed them and shoved them into the quiver as the lightning struck again. I stopped what I was doing because something outside caught my eye. Thunder clapped, and I looked toward the window. I didn't have time to look out because I heard the distinctive click of a button, and the light in the hallway went out. I whipped around and saw one of their hands on the threshold of the doorway in the living room. Without shifting my gaze, I walked to the spotlight, crouched down, and pressed the button to turn it on. Nothing happened. In a panic, I looked down at it. I quickly looked back and one of their heads was peering around the corner. It felt like it was mocking me. I reached down to pick up the light and immediately realized my mistake. I didn't buy batteries. Fear set in. True fear. I was going to be taken because I didn't buy batteries for a battery-operated spotlight. Honestly, I probably deserved it for that. No, I was getting out of here, I thought. I drew the bow and fired an arrow at the same shadow's head. I missed, but the arrow lodged itself in the hand and stuck into the wood of the door frame. That would help me buy a little time. I shot another arrow and back to the front door of the house. I fumbled to find the lock with my free hand, and without thinking, I looked down quickly. When I looked back up, 2 more heads were peering around the corner at me. I finally got the door unlocked and opened it, never taking my eyes off the shadows in the hallway. I got the door open a little bit and managed to squeeze through without turning around. I took a deep breath and turned to run, closing the door behind me. I was about to run down the steps when the lightning flashed, and I stopped cold. In my front yard stood 13 shadows. I couldn't get a good count initially, but I started scanning the yard with my headlamp and I counted them all quickly. 13. Have they been there the entire time? I never thought of the possibility that there would be more than what was on my side of the yard. I didn't have time to think of a plan. The door behind me started opening. I dropped the bow and turned around to grab the doorknob to keep it closed while turning my head to try to keep some light on the shadows behind me. They were strong. It took everything I had to keep them from ripping the door from my hands. The shadows in my yard were steadily creeping closer because I couldn't keep the light off of them for more than a second or 2. I could feel my nosebleed getting worse. My head was bothering me. I felt nauseous, and I was losing strength. The door suddenly ripped from my hands, and I stumbled back, my balance thrown off. I fell down the steps and landed hard on my back. I couldn't breathe for a moment. I looked around and screamed. They were all closing in. If I had ran as soon as I got outside, I probably could have found an exit and made it. Stupid. I turned back to the house, and there was a shadow halfway down the steps. I looked around again, but they were closer. I looked back to the steps, and the shadow was reaching for me. I closed my eyes. This was it. No matter what I did, one of them would get me. The attack never came. I was too scared to open my eyes, and I just laid on the ground for what seemed like forever. Then I heard it. A low hum. I opened my eyes and started to cry. The street lamp was back on. My house lights were on. I had power again. Even the rain was beginning to slack off. The shadow directly over me froze, its hand only inches from my face. I scooted back and stood. I could feel the hatred coming from this thing. I looked in my house, and there were 6 in my living room. The 13 in my front yard were standing in a loose circle around where I fell. It's like they were just going to watch this one get me. I felt slightly relieved, even though the pressure and the dread was still weighing on me. I decided I was going to stay somewhere else tonight. Anywhere else. I reached in my pocket for my keys, and of course they weren't there. I'm pretty sure I left them in my bedroom. Awesome. I managed to squeeze past the circle of shadows and walk around the house since I wasn't making it through the front door. I looked at the number they did to my screen and around the porch, and a shiver ran down my spine. What would have happened if they had caught me? Walking back to my bedroom, I felt good. I won. I'm definitely moving out of here tomorrow, I thought, but it's a small price to pay. Walking past the doorway in the living room, I looked at them, frozen, trying to get out the door to get to me. In my rush, I clipped the door frame of the living room with the headlamp, knocking it off my head. I didn't stop to pick it up. I didn't have time. I had to get out of there. As I walked into the bedroom, I reached to turn on the light and immediately realized something was wrong. The light switch was off. That wasn't right. I had intentionally left every light on in the house earlier. Before I could even react, something ice cold grabbed my waist, and I was flung to the darkness on the other side of the room. I tried to stand, but I was pushed onto the floor. My wrists started to burn. It was so cold. Screaming, I turned around to swing at my assailant. I connected with nothing, and a pain shot up my arm. My throat went cold, and I was lifted off of the ground and slammed into the wall. I couldn't breathe. I kicked my legs, trying to force the shadow to loosen its grip, but had no luck. I began to lash out, trying to get it. I only succeeded in hurting myself. It felt like I was hitting a solid wall. Finally, a last-ditch effort, I reached in my pocket and pulled out a lighter. I tried to light it, but I was losing consciousness. It finally catches, and the small flame illuminated the darkness around me, and the shadow. It stops, and surprisingly loosens its grip around me a little. I tried to move as slowly as possible, so as to not put out the flame. I reached up with my left hand to grab the shadow's forearm. Slowly, I started to try and pull its hand off of me. The flame flickered as I exhaled, and tried not to panic. It stayed lit. I was good. The hand started to come off me as I pulled at the forearm. I felt its fingertips on the back of my neck lift ever so slightly, and the hand came off suddenly. The motion caused my entire weight to shift, and the flame to go out. My head slammed into the wall before I had a chance to try and relight the lighter. The right hand closed around me again. It felt like it was piercing. It was so cold. The shadow slammed me into the wall again, and I dropped the lighter, and my head went through the sheetrock. My vision was fading. I struggled against it, but it was really like a small person fighting off a grown man. My head hit the wall again, on a stud this time. I could feel the pain from the back of my head. I get hit again, and I knew one more will be it. But I was okay with it. Going didn't seem so bad anymore. The shadow pulled back, and it feels like it knows this would be the last hit as well. It paused and seemed to be savoring the moment. I smiled, and a small chuckle escaped me, using every last bit of energy I had. Who would have thought I'd be taken by a shadow? That chuckle must have pissed it off. It slammed my head into the wall harder than all the other times. I heard a crack. I assumed it was me, but it didn't matter. I let myself be consumed by the dark oblivion. It felt comforting. All this time I had been avoiding the dark. If I had known it'd feel this peaceful, I would have run toward it. This isn't a skinwalker story. In those kinds of stories, the skinwalker follows the rules. If you don't fall for its tricks, if you don't walk off into the bushes with your friends who vanished for 2 hours and then came back acting strange, then you'll be fine. For some reason, the skinwalker can't touch you. It can peek at you from behind a tree or talk to you, but if you leave quickly and make sure to stick close to your friends, it'll leave you alone. So like I said, this isn't a skinwalker story. This happened in late July, in a forest in Montana. Although this was the same forest my dad and I hunted in every year, that didn't mean much. It was wild and huge, stretched for miles and miles across rolling hills, until it finally merged with the backs of the Rockies. We had one small patch of forest whose trails he and I knew well, and which my dad didn't like to go far from. He used to joke that we'd take the wrong turn on the path one day and come out from the woods to find 10 years had passed and we were in California. But that year, I had been impatient and bored with our usual trails. I was supposed to go to college that fall, and I was anxious to shake off the parts of my life I saw as childish and start fresh as a man. I was the one who picked out the new set of trails that were further into the woods, and argued with my dad until he wore down and agreed to try them out. Right from the start, the trip was a disaster. It was an unusually hot summer that year, and by the time we unloaded our gear from my dad's truck and started on the trail, I had already sweat through my deodorant. About 30 minutes into the first day, I realized there was something off about the woods. They were totally silent. Not even birds were singing. The only sounds were the wind blowing through the trees and our own footsteps. I've never before or since seen the woods that quiet. We didn't come across any animals that day. To tell the truth, I tried to hide it from my dad, but it was creepy. We camped in a clearing by the trail that I had marked on our map. By this point, I was honestly ready to call it quits. Between the heat and the strange silence in the woods, I didn't want to be out there anymore. But this trip had been my idea, and I wanted my dad to be the one to call it off. He didn't, and after a supper of ham and beans, we spent a sleepless night in the hot tent. It was around noon of the second day we noticed the smell. We were making our way up the trail when it seemed like somebody flipped a switch and turned the forest on its head. We were both hit with a wave of stench like rotting animal, which by the strength of the smell seemed very close by. At the same time, the silent woods were filled with sounds. All around us, birds were shouting warnings like an alarm. We stopped in our tracks and heard something crashing quickly through the underbrush to our right. Turning, I saw a herd of deer running at top speed through the thick bushes. My rifle was slung over my back, but even if I had it in my hands, I wouldn't have been able to react in time. After a pause, my dad spoke. "We need to turn back," he said. "Something's frightening the animals. Could be a bear." I nodded. Bears, although not common in our area, were not unheard of. I remembered 2 hunting seasons ago, a couple of hikers had been attacked on the other side of the state by what some people were saying was a huge grizzly. Even with our rifles, we wouldn't necessarily be safe against a big bear. We made our way back up the trail, but even as the sounds of the animals quieted down all around us, the smell didn't go away. On the contrary, it seemed to get stronger and stronger all the time, until we were both covering our noses with our shirts and taking gasping breaths through our mouths. There was a change in the atmosphere too. Everything felt heavy and slow and somehow charged. Once, when I was a boy, lightning struck a tree not 200 feet away from me. This felt like that did, like something was about to happen. We were about a day and a half's walk from our car, and even though we both wanted to get out of there as fast as possible, when night fell, We knew better than to try to follow a strange trail in the dark. We made a camp by the trail. We didn't light a fire. My dad didn't say anything, but there was a tension in his shoulders, and his head swiveled quickly at every sound. We were hunched on a log, eating cold beans out of a tin and wondering how we were going to get to sleep when we heard it. Down the path, further than I could see in the dark, there came a low groan. Immediately, Dad and I had our hands on our guns. The stench somehow grew again. It was overwhelming now, and I swear I could feel it in the air around us, sitting thick and oily on my skin. Another low groan, like a man sighing, and as I peered up the path, I saw a dark shape. It was low to the ground and big. It was waddling on all four, but something about its movements seemed unnatural. It looked the way a big man does when he crawls on his hands and knees, like every movement is forced and stiff. My dad stepped between me and the path. "Bill," he said, "go into the woods and hide. Don't come out. I'll take care of the bear." I'd like to say I told my dad I would never abandon him. I would at least like to say I tried to argue. Sometimes, very late at night when I can't sleep, I lie awake and think about what could have been if I hadn't been a coward. But those thoughts belong to the night. They are only dreams. I was about 1,000 feet away from our campsite when I heard the shots. 1, 2, in the night, practiced and controlled. I didn't stop. I was crying then, and I couldn't stop until I ran through the clearing on a small hill and tripped, rolling down into the underbrush. I stayed still down there, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't know how many shots my dad fired. I don't remember when the screaming started, or how long it lasted, only that it seemed to go on forever, and that it didn't sound like my dad, more like a woman in a scary movie. I didn't know how long after the screaming stopped that I heard it, running through the underbrush, moving faster than that awkward, unnatural thing on the trail should have been able to move. But I do remember what it looked like when it burst out of the woods and crested the hill. White patches of flesh gleaming out from the holes in its skin it was wearing. I remember seeing its yellow eyes peering through the holes in what looked like a hairy burlap bag on its head. It reached the crest of the hill and stopped for a moment, stretching its body in the moonlight. I remember what it sounded like when it yelled, its voice like my dad's when he was hoarse and tired. "Bill," yelled the thing on the hill. "That's not a bear." My father was a determined man who worked his hands to the bone nearly every single day of his 72-year life. Even after we basically forced him to retire and relax for once, he was always busying himself with some project around the house. Mom used to joke that she swears he was born wearing a hard hat, and growing up, we believed it. I didn't see a lot of him during childhood, as most of his time was devoted to his career. He was a rare earth elements miner, and often took part in risky but lucrative ventures all around the world. He would sometimes be gone for months at a time, but when he'd return, he had no shortage of stories to tell. His work took him everywhere, from the smoldering deserts of the Sahara to the windswept tundra of Siberia. This was back in the 60s, when many countries around the world were first discovering rich deposits of valuable minerals due to advancements in technology. My father was already a veteran of the trade, having worked in the mines since he was 14 and grinding his way up the ladder. He eventually became a roaming prospector, regularly offering his services to countries that were looking for experts to help them develop a mining infrastructure. He told stories of him traveling halfway around the world into places he never imagined himself going. He once was caught in between rival warlords back when the diamond industry began to boom. Another time, he was imprisoned in Moscow for 2 months after being accused by the former Soviet Union of being an American spy. He caught malaria in Argentina, was almost taken by a landslide in China, and stared death in the face on a few other occasions. My mom hated his stories and how dangerous he made them out to be, but Dad just laughed it off. It's hard to know how many of those incidents were flavored by a bit of hyperbole, as my father clearly had a passion for storytelling. Regardless, the man undoubtedly led quite a colorful life, but there's one story he told me which I know he didn't exaggerate on. The story of why he decided to leave the mining industry forever. "Did I ever tell you the real reason I quit?" He asked me that one day as he and I sipped on some drinks in his back porch. My kids were out playing in the backyard, with the two of us serving as impromptu babysitters, while my wife and mother were out on a shopping date. I took a swig of my drink and thought for a moment. "Wasn't it because you tried fighting a camel or something?" I asked, referencing another one of his infamous stories where my father got mule kicked in the gut by a rather unhappy camel in Western Asia. Dad broke into a raspy laugh and shook his head as the smoke from his cig wafted in the air. "Hey, that camel started it. And boy was it mad that day. I would have taken it down, but I don't believe in hurting animals like that." He laughed again, taking another drag off his smoldering cig. "No, this was a very different situation, in a very different place." I asked him where this mysterious story he was referencing had happened, but he shook his head. "Can't tell you that." His expression had suddenly gone stoic, and it made me curious. "Why? Camel jumble your memory?" I joked. My dad smiled, but averted his gaze to the ground, as if contemplating whether or not he actually wanted to say any more. "Son, let's just say some places are better off forgotten." That was all it took to get me interested. Whenever my dad told one of his many stories, there was a certain alluring gleam in his eye. He definitely enjoyed the attention and wide-eyed looks of wonder he got as he told his stories. But this time, he looked quite different. It's like what he was pondering was something that truly troubled him. He started off telling me that towards the end of his career, he had an old friend reach out with an incredibly lucrative offer. Dad used air quotes around the words as he said them, as though he was skeptical of the claim from the beginning. The friend went on to explain that a certain place discovered a pot of copper and needed assistance getting a proper excavation site up and running. Dad spent some time corresponding with his friend and learning the details of the operation. He said he honestly wasn't very interested in taking on the project, but after a friend revealed the hefty sum of money being offered, he just couldn't turn it down. So, Dad accepts, and a few weeks later he's on a plane bound for his new office in this undisclosed location. He said the journey to get there alone took him over 24 hours to reach the spot, so wherever it was, it had to be outside of North America. Dad was very careful when he told this story to not give me any clues about where this place was, and I didn't really understand why at first. So Dad finally steps off the plane, and his friend, who I'll just call Carl from here on out, picks him up. The two of them discuss details of the operation while they drive another 3 hours to reach the spot. Partway through the trip, and Carl drops a bit of a nuke on the conversation. "So, we've encountered a bit of an issue." Dad stared at him, and he said he was dreading where the conversation was headed. "What do you mean?" Dad replied, causing Carl to almost immediately backtrack. "Well, okay, not even necessarily an issue, more like a curiosity really." Carl then explained to him that he and his team were inspecting the site. They found some things they didn't expect. The location they were headed was a small cavern nestled near the base of a mountain in a small gully. It was a spot that was known to locals for generations, but none of them really paid much attention until someone ventured a little deeper inside. Apparently, the cavern stretched on a lot further than anyone expected, and not far inside, they made an interesting discovery. One of the prospectors found a large circular stone slab. It was just lying there on the ground at the end of one of the corridors, but the shape made it clear that someone had cut it intentionally. This meant that there was a possible conflict of interest brewing. If it was discovered that the site contained evidence of ancient remains, then it would be turned over to archaeologists instead. The district that the site was located had a mandate to always prioritize archaeological ventures over industrial ones. If evidence of human presence was proven conclusive, then my father and the team would have no choice but to abandon it and lose out on their payday. It may have been immoral, but Carl wanted to begin their operation before archaeologists had a chance to interrupt things. My dad says he was a bit conflicted on what to do, but figured at least he could do was see the site for himself before making a decision. So they finally get there, and Carl introduces my dad to the team. They waste little time in formalities and quickly decide to venture into the cavern system. Dad says the entrance was tight, with a twisting pattern hidden behind thick foliage. The air was incredibly hot and humid, causing him to sweat like a pig in a bacon factory, as he put it. Once inside, he had to squeeze around 3 bends before the cavern began to open up. Carl led my dad deeper through the cave, showing several promising areas where they planned to begin excavating. The walls were lined with thick green veins, indicating the likely presence of copper-rich ores. That initial chamber was designed as Alpha, and it branched off into 2 separate directions from there, one of which contained a circular stone slab. He led my father right to it, and paused as my father saw it for himself. My dad described it to me as a massive stone slab cut in a near-perfect circle. He said it had to have been at least 10 feet wide. He said it looked like it was built to block something, and compared it to manhole covers on the roads. He felt like there was something underneath, and said he got a really weird feeling when they were there, but couldn't really describe it beyond that. So he and Carl hold a meeting with the rest of the team, and find an area to begin their dig. Days go by, and soon enough, they've got the operation up and running with the logistics being formulated behind the scenes. The team begins mining, leaving the room with the slab alone and focusing on the other portions of the cavern. In just a few weeks, they had a full-fledged operation running 24 hours a day. Part of the team focused on expanding the second path from the Alpha chamber, while the others were dedicated to extracting exposed veins. Initial returns were very promising, and they knew they were onto something. So the process continued, growing larger and more refined each passing day. By all accounts, things were going according to plan, but of course, I wouldn't be here writing this story if it stayed that way. It's almost like things were going too well for their own good. My dad laughed as he said that, and doused his cig on his boot. He then sighed, and his face took on a graven expression. Dad was always making jokes, and to see him suddenly so stoic sent a small shiver down my spine. I still don't know how to explain what happened down there. Dad went on to explain that he was in the mine working one day, helping a few other men who were working on expanding the tunnels. They were hacking away with pickaxes, and stopped for a breather after a few minutes of work. One of the men made a joke, and made my dad laugh, but was suddenly shushed by the other. The man who silenced him held up his hands to his lips. His eyes traced around the room. Dad says he was about to ask the man what was wrong, when he heard it for himself. He said he heard a dull, droning noise echoing throughout the corridor. Dad said it sounded almost like someone humming a tune. It was early in the morning at the time, and my dad and the 2 men were supposed to be the only ones in the mine at the time. The humming continued for about a minute before just fading away. My dad left the tunnel and checked the rest of the cavern, but found no one else inside. He didn't really know how to explain it, but he said he didn't honestly pay it much mind. He said he didn't even know if that event is even relevant, but he mentioned it nonetheless as something odd. A few days go by, and things once again are operating as normal. Dad was outside having a meeting with Carl and the shift leaders, when suddenly, frantic screams emerged from the cavern. The group turned and waited for a few seconds as a man appeared from inside the cavern. His eyes were frantic and hands trembling. Dad says there was an absolute terror in his eyes, like he had never seen before. The man was yelling and rambling away as he dashed away from the cavern. One of the shift leaders asked him to slow down, but the man refused. Dad says the guy literally ran to the camp, grabbed his lunch, and took off into the surrounding jungles, still muttering and whimpering. That man never came back, and no one could figure out what exactly happened to him. He was alone in a semi-isolated section of the mine at the time. Workers that were inside at the time said he had heard him scream and run out. They searched the area he was working, but found nothing out of the ordinary. One of the other workers later translated what the man was screaming when he ran out. Apparently, he said something to the effect of, "This place is evil. We should not have come." The crew was on edge after that, but Carl and the other foreman managed to calm down the crew. My dad says he didn't really say anything, but wished he did. He said he wished he would have listened to that man and had gotten everyone out of there while he had the chance. Dad sighed and sat back after he said that, as clearly the memories weighing heavy on his mind. I haven't seen him look so crestfallen since his brother, my uncle, passed away. He said the crew just went back to work, but before that day was even out, one of the other workers made a curious discovery. Remember that massive circular stone slab laying in the tunnel off the Alpha chamber? Someone had moved it. All of the crew swore they didn't touch it. Dad said the massive slab had to have weighed near a ton at least, and he didn't think they could have moved it, even if they wanted to. Underneath that slab was a hole, a very deep hole that stretched down farther than they could see. Someone dropped a pebble down the hole, but no one heard it hit the bottom. They wanted to drop a flare down, but my dad refused to let them, as he was worried about the possibility of igniting flammable gas shimmering deep below. He said he felt a wave of dread roll over him as he stared down into that black pit, and described it as a feeling like someone was staring back up at him. Despite the worrying circumstances, the men continued operations. Things went smoothly after that, but no one went near that hole. Dad said a few times he could have sworn he heard whispers in his ear. The rest of the men seemed to be on edge as well, with the normal jovial conversations all but suddenly absent. Everyone just wanted to get through the day. Dad said over the next few days he felt like something was very wrong. He said a few times he could have sworn he heard whispers in the mine. They were always faint, and he couldn't be sure he actually heard them. He also said he'd see weird shadows that seemed to move in unnatural ways. They were always distant, always just out of sight to where he could never get a good clear look at them. He said he had to have had at least 5 instances of thinking he saw something. He also had trouble sleeping, as horrific nightmares plagued him each night. He said he could never remember the details of them, but vividly remembers waking up in a frantic sweat. At the time, he just chalked it all up to being stress and lack of proper sleep. He said miners are known to have their minds play tricks on them, as a condition they knew as miner fever. Being underground in the dark for a while can do strange things to a man's mind. His expression was serious when he said that, and I knew he wasn't exaggerating. He emphasized that that was probably his single greatest regret. Everything in his mind was screaming for him to leave, but fear of ridicule and loss of income compelled him onward. It's not an excuse, I know. It's just a fool's attempt to rationalize the impossible. Then, about a week after the slab moved, it happened. My dad was in the cavern with Carl and a few others when there was a sudden loud crack. The men fell silent and waited a moment as the sounds of faint rumbling began. They knew all too well what this meant. Without wasting another second, they all scrambled for the exit, but it was too late. My dad says the next thing he remembers was the deafening crash of boulders, dirt and debris as the cavern collapsed around them. Dad says the next thing he remembers was awakening in a confused haze, swallowed by darkness with the hard rock all around him. His legs were pinned down by rubble, leaving only his upper torso exposed to a small nook in the rubble. He tried pulling, but he couldn't get his legs to budge. I can't honestly imagine a more terrifying prospect than being buried like that. Dad says he tried not to panic, but he could only do so much. He managed to retrieve a Zippo from his pocket, but as the flame ignited, he almost wished he'd remained in the darkness. The crimson hue lit up the small area, and my dad says the enclosed space was barely larger than a cupboard. The light also revealed a much more gruesome scene. To his right, only a few feet away, he spotted a gloved hand poking out from the rubble. He followed the arm with his eye and saw what used to be a man beneath a boulder. Dad gagged and looked away as the sickening scene caused him to vomit. He said he'd never been able to get that image out of his head. The man was obviously gone, but all around him, Dad began to hear faint moans of pain-stricken cries of others who had not yet succumbed. He couldn't see any of them, but one voice seemed nearby, a man who was calling for help, and Dad recognized the voice as belonging to a local worker he referred to as Rico. Dad called back and Rico responded, "Mr. Johnson? My father. Is that you?" "Yeah, it's me, Rico. Are you okay?" Dad replied. "Not really, Mr. Johnson. My arm is stuck. I think it's broken. It hurts real bad. I can't feel my legs either." Dad knew that was a bad sign and tried his best to keep Rico and himself calm. "How much room do you have in there? Can you see a way out?" Dad asked. "No, sir. It's all dark. I can't see anything. I can move my left arm around, so I have a bit of space, but I'm pinned down." Dad cursed under his breath and tried to reassure the man to remain calm. He knew things weren't looking good for either of them, but he couldn't reach the man, let alone free himself. Rico and my father continued talking for hours, and after some time, Dad said he heard the sounds of hacking in the distance as a rescue team began to try to liberate the trapped miners. Rico told my dad about his family, his wife, and 2 sons. Rico feared he was never going to see them again. My dad tried to keep his spirits up, but admitted to me that he shared the same fears. The 2 of them could do nothing but wait and pray that the rescue team would arrive before the Reaper did. Guillermo was right. Rico said words suddenly, referring to the same miner that my dad previously mentioned, who had seemingly went crazy and fled the site a few days earlier. "What do you mean?" my dad asked. Rico panted hard and replied, "This place is evil." Dad didn't know how to respond to that. Obviously, the cave-in was a cruel act by Mother Nature, or perhaps one triggered by human error, but Rico seemed to think it was more than that. "We shouldn't have come here, Mr. Johnson. We woke it up." Dad then thought the man started suffering from delusions brought on by his injuries, but Rico was adamant. "I heard the voices. I saw it. It warned me to go. I should have listened." Dad thought the man was losing his sanity and continued to try to reassure him. It didn't seem to do much, and not long after, Rico stopped responding at all. Dad said he could hear him whispering desperate prayers and weeping quietly. He didn't know at the time how long they had been down there, but the situation began to wear heavily on my father as well. His stomach growled from hunger, his lips were dry and head hurting from dehydration. His legs had since gone numb, and the situation seemed helpless. He began to wonder whether he'd ever see the light of day again. Rico had continued praying, but in between his whispers, my dad said he began to hear something much more worrying. He said it sounded like laughter, like the laughter of someone who was slightly amused by a decent joke. Sometimes it seemed like it was coming from Rico, but other times it did not. He heard it from up ahead, back behind, and even down below him. Rico suddenly stopped his prayers sometime later, and Dad says he didn't even notice at first until Rico spoke again. "It's in here." Dad tried getting Rico to respond, but he seemed to just ignore his calls. Rico then began to hyperventilate and suddenly screamed. Dad said he'd never heard a more gut-wrenching scream of terror in all of his life. He tried to calm Rico down with words, but Rico's fear was beyond that. He kept screaming for maybe 30 seconds until his voice went hoarse. Then, as suddenly as it started, Rico's screaming stopped. Dad doesn't think Rico stopped screaming of his own volition, though. Dad was on the brink of complete panic at this point, and says he could barely contain his own mind. He tried to remain calm and listen, but he couldn't hear anything else. Things had suddenly gone eerily silent, and Rico never spoke another word. Sometime later, Dad heard something else. He said there was rustling behind him, like the pitter-patter of someone carelessly kicking dirt. He called out, but no one answered. He felt like someone was there, but couldn't see them. He heard the sounds of pebbles skittering about and rocks creaking, but no more voices. Dad heard the rescuers continuing to hack away in the distance, and at a certain point he said the sounds became almost melodic and led him to sleep. In reality, it was probably his weakened state causing him to lose consciousness. He said the nightmares returned to him, and when he finally woke up, all he saw was searing light. He thought he was dead and had entered the gates of heaven until his vision refocused around him. Slowly, the blurred images of the screens and rhythmic beeping of monitors became clearer. Several figures rushed in as he stirred, urging him to be still. The figures then appeared to physically restrain him, causing my dad to panic and thrash out. He only stopped once he recognized the voice of Carl. Rob, it's me, Carl. Easy, you're okay." Dad ceased his struggle as the face of his old colleague emerged. He took a deep breath and tried to remember what had happened. Carl then told him everything about the cave-in and the ensuing rescue attempts to free the men. Dad had been trapped underground for almost 6 days. He was starving, dehydrated, malnourished, and had 2 broken legs when they finally dragged him out of that hellhole. But he was one of the lucky ones. Carl told my dad he'd been unconscious for 2 days, and doctors were not sure if he'd ever wake up again. My dad's memory of all of this was fuzzy, and he clung to the hope that what he saw were just fragments of some fever dream. But Carl seemed to confirm the contrary. He then explained that the rescue team had pretty much cleared the whole cave-in by that point, but my dad was the last one they found. "How many were taken?" my dad asked. Carl sighed and sat in the chair beside the bed as he shooed the nurses out of the room. 7 unaccounted for. That response confused my dad. "What do you mean, unaccounted for?" There was someone right beside me, and I heard Rico. Dad trailed off, and Carl just shook his head. "Not when we found you." "What? Rob? They didn't find any bodies?" Dad didn't know how to respond to that, and it seemed Carl didn't either. "It doesn't make any sense. The rescue team has cleared all of the debris out by now, but there's no remains. There's no trace of any of them." Silence then fell between them both, as both seemed at a loss for how that could be true. Maybe they found another way out. Maybe they're still down there, my dad argued. But Carl didn't seem convinced of that logic. My dad said that truth be told, he wasn't either, but he refused to give up on them. Carl cleared his throat. "Rob, they've searched the entire system. There's nothing." Carl lowered his head, and my dad was still reeling. "How is that possible?" Dad asked. Carl just shook his head. "I don't know, but you remember that big slab, right?" "Yeah." Carl crossed his arms and scoffed, as if what he was about to say seemed unbelievable. "Well, it's back on top of the hole now, just like it was when we found it." Dad just looked at Carl, telling me he was at a complete loss for words. Carl scoffed again. "Yeah, I don't understand either. Maybe the cave-in moved it, although I don't see how that would happen. Or maybe something else did." Dad said shivers shot down his spine when Carl said that. He remembered Rico's words, but said when he heard them, he thought they were just ramblings of the fatally wounded, starving man. He was forced to confront the thoughts again in that moment. But even as he was retelling his tragic story to me, some 19 years after it happened, he still didn't know what to think. Carl then sighed and stood from the chair. He gave my father a look and put his hands in his pockets. "We may never know what really happened down there, but I think enough damage has been done. I'm shutting down the project. It's the only thing to do. Get some rest and give me a call when you're ready to go home so I can get you a flight." Carl began to walk away, but my father posed him one final question. "Did they find out what caused the collapse?" Carl looked back at him and sighed once more. "Nothing conclusive yet. Seismic readings in the nearby town came back normal. We could have struck a root of the system, but I doubt it." Carl then lowered his head. "I think there are just some places that are better off left alone." Carl then left, and my dad was alone with his thoughts once more. He signed himself out of the hospital later that day, and 24 hours later he was on a plane back home. I remember this time well. I was maybe 16 when my dad came back home in a wheelchair. My mom was furious and distraught at the sight of her temporarily crippled husband. We were all concerned for our father, but he calmed our worries. He told us he was in a car accident and apologized for worrying everyone, but he would make a full recovery. He did, just after a few months of physical therapy, but clearly the mental wounds never really healed. I'm sorry I lied to you, son, but I just didn't want to worry you. I didn't even know how to explain it all. Your mother probably would have broken my arms too if she knew what really happened. He laughed as he said it, but I did not. I was still trying to absorb the crazy story he had just told me. You really went through all of that, didn't you? I asked, demanding confirmation one way or another. He was well known for his wild stories after all, and part of me expected him to admit he was pulling my leg. He just sighed and looked me dead in the eye. It's the truth, son, and it's the reason why I left the industry forever. The way I see it, God gave me a second chance that day and showed me that there are things in this world that we're not meant to find. Dark things that we have no power over. I talked with him for a while after that, after asking more questions about the story, which I've pretty much described already. I tried to get him to reveal where this story took place, but he refused. Throughout every word he spoke, he maintained that the story was the truth. I eventually asked him permission to share the story with others, and he agreed. And so here I am, sharing the story for all who read it. My father would be pleased to know that another one of his tales has entertained people even so long after he's gone. I wish everyone could have known him like I did, and seen the desperate fervor in his eyes as he told me this story. Regardless of whether you believe this story or were just entertained by some words on a screen for a couple minutes, I think we all can agree that some things are just better off left buried. There are things that we as a species are just not prepared to encounter. And God help us all if anyone ever digs them up again. This is my first time really talking about this, so please excuse any weird phrasing. I've also changed my name and my associates' names for privacy, as I'm sure they wouldn't want to be connected to something like this. I used to work in a coffee shop. It was a rundown place, nestled on the line between Florida and Alabama. It's situated right beside a highway and blocked off by lanky pines. The owners, I won't say their names due to privacy reasons, built it after they got married 15 years ago, but grew too old to take care of it. They ended up giving it to their snobby millennial son-in-law, who flunked out of business school 4 years ago. He took all of the walls down and got rid of the stained brown carpet and yellow walls, made all 4 walls completely glass and the floors white. It looks good, better than it used to be, but completely wasted when you remember that it's a crappy coffee place with 3 employees in the middle of nowhere, across from an Exxon gas station. The manager, the snobby son-in-law, we'll call him Robert, rarely came around after he realized how slow business really was. It was kinda sad actually. He poured all this effort into it, only to turn out 25 or so customers a day. Now, Robert only comes in to deliver my check or a dozen pastries to the sheriff's office a few miles down the way. If it sounds bad, it's because it is. I work with 2 other people, but they can't afford to put us all on one shift like they did before. So now I work the night shift, coming in around 3 p.m. and leaving at around 9 p.m. or so. We close for an hour in between each shift so we can brew more coffee and bake pastries. My coworker, Molly, would almost always come in late for a graveyard shift at basically 11 p.m. But it didn't matter. Robert couldn't care less as long as he didn't have to be there. Molly was really sweet. So today, I got in around 3:15 and entertained a few guests who came in for black coffee before a football game. That brought in a bit of a rush, since football was the only notable thing this crummy town does on weekdays. I had a few families come in for hot chocolate and warm vanilla lattes. Those were fun to make, since I have all of the time in the world to practice my little art. I made a tiny lily pad and flower on a little girl's hot chocolate. She didn't seem impressed, and I wish I drew a middle finger instead. The rush ended at 7:30 with an older gentleman with tan skin who ordered hot water in a to-go cup. Just the water? I always ask, just in case I don't have to reopen the tab. Too many indecisive people who change their mind with their card in the slot already. He looked at me for a moment and nodded. Yeah, that's it for me. Do you need anything? I stopped for a second and met his eyes. They were dark and round. Big dark bags under his eyelashes. He had wrinkles around his eyes and brows. Heavy beard under his lips. I felt my face grow hot. No, sir, I'm good. Thank you, though. I tried to avert my eyes to his check, which I then realized was free since he only ordered water. You're all set. Stay warm out there. I smiled politely and turned back towards my barista bar, cleaning off my stir spoon with a rag. After a few seconds of silence, I turned and he was still standing, watching me clean. Is there anything else I can get you? My stomach was turning. I hate this. Being in the middle of nowhere by myself, no one around if someone like this strolled in. I glanced up at the Exxon across the road. The lights were beginning to switch off with the sunset. The clerk must be closing up. I had a can of wasp spray under the register, and I eyed it quickly. He shimmied from shoe to shoe, big eyes looking into my soul. What time do you get off tonight? He talked like he knew me personally, like we were supposed to catch a movie afterwards. I flinched, not wanting to tell him the truth. I work a double tonight, so I get off at 2 a.m., late hours. I nodded respectfully and tried to leave the situation by heading towards the back. Why'd you guys put all this glass in here? He called me after I entered the back kitchen. I pulled my phone out and set it to call 911 if need be. I set my phone on the counter and faced him, finger hovering over the green call button. You could never be too safe. More natural light. Thought it would bring more people in, I said. He smiled a bit back at me, looking around the empty restaurant. Did it? I laughed humorlessly and shook my head. He finally nodded and started toward the glass door in the front. He took a glance up and down the door, and then slid outside with a wave. I breathed out the air that I had been holding in for his stay. I cleared the numbers off my phone and brought it over with me to the coffee bar. Robert said when I was hired, they have a zero-tolerance policy on phone usage while on the clock. But Robert plays BitLife in the corner when it's slow, so I stopped caring real fast. I scrolled through Facebook aimlessly and ended up watching a few videos on YouTube. The time ticked on with no one passing through. I thought I saw a car passing by, but it was the Exxon employee going home. I waved widely goodnight, knowing he would see me through the glass. He offered a half wave back and turned down the road into darkness. Something stirred behind him in the trees. My eyes darted up the pine tree behind his car, and I noticed it swaying slightly. Then, it stopped. I felt a cold chill race up my back. When I say we're in the middle of nowhere, it's not an exaggeration. The gas station and I were directly across from each other on the county road. On all sides of us were thick woods until about 10 miles when you finally hit a Dollar General, then another 15 or so to the only school in the county. I live about 40 minutes away, so the drive isn't too bad out here. It's just so isolating, especially when the gas station guy leaves. If there were bears around here, they would probably be here, for sure. The only light in the woods for miles would draw them in with the promise of food. There had been a few animal problems in the past few weeks. The sheriff's office would come in after their shift, talking about farmers having their chickens killed in the night. There wasn't much they could do but show up to the farmers' houses after the fact with guns drawn. They hadn't caught anything yet, but the townspeople talk all the time about huge footprints in their soil. I hate the thought of a bear finding me out here. Wasp spray probably wouldn't do too well against one of those beasts. I tried to push the thought out of my mind. I drew on a napkin and listened to Frank Ocean for another hour. Finally, 9 p.m. rolled around. I stood up and started cleaning off the counters and tables, cranking up the music louder. It was finally time to close everything down. I was jamming out, scraping crumbs off the pillows of the lounge seating when my phone dinged. I slid over the coffee bar, already knowing it would be Molly explaining why she was running late this time. Probably her mom forgot to take out the garbage, or her boyfriend needed a ride to Walmart. I flipped my phone over, and my stomach dropped. The text was from Molly and stated, "Hey girl, I hate to do this, but my brother is sick and gave me the stomach bug, so I can't come in tonight. Can you cover my shift? I'll bring you food next shift." Dang it. I slammed my phone down and closed my eyes. Cover her shift? An hour before I'm supposed to get off? That means I really won't get off until 3 a.m. I called Robert, who didn't answer for the first 5 rings. The conversation went as follows. Robert: "This is Rob." Me: "Hey, Molly called out last minute and wants me to cover her shift." Robert: "Okay." Me: "So can you come in so that I can go home?" Robert: "Can't tonight. Have you tried Scott?" Me: Heavy sighs. "Yes, I've called Scott, and he's only available for mornings." Robert: "Well, hey, extra hours, right? Good luck." I fought every urge not to scream into the phone as he disconnected. I decided to sit down and reevaluate every decision that led me here. Yes, I do need more hours. Hospital bills won't pay themselves, but I wish I didn't live here. I spent the next few hours grinding more coffee beans and fantasizing about having a cute apartment in a busy city somewhere. This and 2 vanilla chai lattes accompanied my time for the next few hours. It was finally midnight, and I decided Robert wouldn't know if I closed early, and even if he did, I didn't care. Good luck, jerk. I began switching the lights off and packing away the stale pastries in the glass cabinet below the coffee bar. Finally, I headed toward the glass doors. The locks were these long metal bars that go into a hole in the wood floors, meaning the lock mechanism was all the way at the bottom of the glass. I slid the glass door completely shut and kneeled down. This one was such a pain, but it's the only way to keep the glass doors locked without looking trashy, Robert says. Like the blue neon coffee sign by the highway wasn't already trashy. I sat up on my knees and fiddled with the lock, hovering over the lock a few times to line it up properly. Finally, the lock fell into place and slid in with a faint click. I shimmied the door a bit to ensure it was locked properly. Satisfied and numb-legged, I finally stood up. I was met with the stare of something on the opposite side of the glass. I yelped instinctively, clapping my hand over my mouth. It had 2 huge and vividly orange irises that met mine instantly, almost like it had been staring already, and then I came into view. Its face was pressed against the glass forcefully, pale skin flat against it. I slowly realized it was an animal, a deer. It was a doe with huge orange eyes. At least that's what my instinct told me, since it looked more like a doe than anything else. I stared at it for a few moments more, not knowing what to do. At first, I thought it was not alive, since it was so still, but then I remembered it was still standing, and its body was moving fluidly, with breaths in and out, calmly. I finally broke my stare and stepped backwards, glancing at its body. It was big for a doe, at least I think so. I'm not too keen on animals like her, but it felt way too big to be normal. Finally, after nature's longest staring contest, I decided it probably wouldn't come up to a man-made structure like this unless it needed help. Animals have a strange way of knowing when humans can help them or not, and this one decided I could give it some help. I turned back to my coffee bar, grabbing my phone to call the sheriff's office. They have an animal control unit that adored animals. They would be able to help it, I thought. I picked up the phone and dialed the number. Ring, ring. I was still watching the doe, Who was watching me too? Face still plastered uncomfortably against the glass. Big eyes, not blinking. Thank you for calling County Sheriff's Office. If this is an emergency, please hang up and call 911. We are currently out of the office or dealing with a previous issue. Please leave a message and we'll get back to you shortly. Thank you. I turned towards the kitchen, glancing at the wall clock. Since it's such a small town, they didn't often stay open late at this hour. I sighed and figured leaving a voicemail would help either way. Maybe someone would come in after whatever accident was holding them up and would come for help. Hey guys, it's Jenny from the coffee shop down by the state line. I have something weird for you guys. I'm looking for animal control to come help me with something. A doe came up to the shop and it looks like it's in trouble. Its eyes are, like, super orange. I turned again toward the glass to check on the animal again. It was sliding sideways, shuffling its legs and keeping its face pressed against the glass, eyes staying on me. It was shimmying sideways to the right slowly. It caught me off guard and I stopped talking. What the? Its eyes are orange and it's acting really weird. It might be sick or something. The doe was catching speed, legs wobbly as it smeared spit across the glass and slid to the entire other side of the store, never breaking eye contact. At this point, its lips were pulling back on the glass, revealing its mouth, which were full of red teeth. Perfectly square teeth. They looked like human teeth. What the? I took a breath, forgetting I was leaving a message on the phones of a very religious conservative police officers. Sorry, something is wrong with it. Like, I think it's really sick and you guys should, probably come see and check it out. I don't want to mess with it just in case. Please hurry. I finally snapped out of it and hung up the phone. I missed the counter with the phone since I was watching the doe and my phone fell on the floor with a crack. The doe stopped. It froze quite literally like a deer in the headlights. It was halfway to the middle door on the right hand of the store. I watched her as she watched me. It felt like years that we stared at each other in stillness and silence. Then it began again, sliding itself across the glass, but with an unknown speed and purpose. I don't know why, but I grew terrified of this doe for some reason and wanted the doors to be locked. I slid across the floor on my knees, shaking my hands trying to lock the door into place before it was there. She slid across the ground, still hovering a few feet above my crouched figure in height. As I tried to lock the door, I couldn't help but look at it. Something felt so wrong. It was moving so quickly, and its legs couldn't keep up well. Speaking of her legs, they didn't quite look right. They were very long, and the fur around them had been what seems like singed off, leaving dark red and brown skin underneath. I was about to lock the door with her about 6 feet away when I finally realized why its legs looked so unusual. Instead of hooves in the dirt, this doe had ankles, joints that connected its skinny legs to its flat, pale feet. Feet? What the? I finally yelled out, my skin going freezing. My surprise was short-lived and I didn't have time to think. The door began opening. I clamped my fingers around the lock in the other side of the door, forcing it closed. I looked above me, where the doe had lodged its hand, yes, hand, into the crack between the two doors. It stared at me intently, not moving. I didn't know what to do. I used all of my strength to force the 2 panes of glass shut over its fingers. I don't know how, but somehow I had the power to force them out of the crack in the door and slammed it shut. I slid the lock in with tears streaming down my face. I fell back, watching it. It looked unfazed as its fingers dripped with wet liquid. It just watched me unravel. "What are you?" I couldn't help but ask in fear. It didn't respond, just sat in the dirt, letting its damaged hands slide across the glass. Then it smiled, its human teeth visible beneath its lips. I almost lost my latte over the floor I just mopped. It started sliding again, but with a new intensity towards the complete other side of glass to the other unlocked door. Luckily, I was faster and scrambled over, locking it quickly before it even reached the halfway mark. We sat on opposite sides of the glass and watched each other intently. I have no idea how. I think it's because of all of my adrenaline had been spent up crying, but somehow I ended up drifting off. I only woke up when my head smacked the side of the marble coffee bar. That's when my eyes flew open and the dough was not in front of me. I flew to my feet, adrenaline rushing to my head. How am I so stupid? How did I fall asleep like that? I scanned the surrounding area, shaking like a leaf. The only remnants of the dough was the spit and red trail across the glass doors around me. I felt my heart start to slow down. That's the worst thing to ever happen to me. I took a deep breath and decided morning shift could deal with cleaning the glass, and my time here was done. I waited about 15 more minutes just scanning the night around me. The trees and highway were covered in neon blue light, illuminating my lonely Ford in the parking lot. But still no sign of the dough. It was now or never in my mind. I started formulating a plan. I would have my keys in between my fingers, Walmart parking lot style, and made a mad dash towards my car. Then I would lock it immediately and drive like a bat out of hell until I reached home. Yeah, good plan. I never park very far from the staff entrance out back, probably only 100 feet or so away. I sighed heavily and picked up my phone. The entire front was cracked all the way down, blurring the LED lines into the jagged pink and blue lines. I managed to activate Siri and dialed the sheriff's number again. It rang and rang. I hung up. I guess I'm on my own. I finally picked myself up, checking my surroundings one more time. All clear. I took this as my sign and started toward the staff door behind the kitchen. I didn't hesitate and swung the door open, keys in hand. The air outside was freezing and completely still. My car sat across the parking lot, facing the trees. Only 100 more feet and I would be safe and warm, headed home to deal with whatever trauma I'll have after this. I was running when I saw it. The tree right above my car was swinging back and forth heavily. The only thing moving in the woods. No, 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 no. I stopped in my tracks, realizing what was happening. Finally, the familiar red fingers began shimmying down the tree, leading itself downwards toward the ground. I saw the top of its head, illuminated with blue light. It looked like stitches trailing all the way down its back, gross and raw. It was moving at an incredible speed, climbing face first down the tree. It took me a few seconds to react, and in that time, it had landed on all fours on the grass right beside the driver's side of my car. It paused, its orange eyes meeting mine once again, except it didn't look like a doe anymore. Besides the pelt of speckled white and brown around its body, it looked like a person, or maybe something in between a doe and a person. If that was a real thing, its skin was half fur, half charred flesh. Its teeth were bare now, no lips holding them back, just skin around its face, like it had been cut open. I couldn't help it and screamed. It came out of me before I even knew it was there, and I started running back to the store. I could hear its heavy footsteps behind me, extremely fluid and only a few inches away from my steps. I flung myself inside, holding the door handle closed. It was obviously messing with the door on the other side, trying to hungrily open it. Even though it was struggling, it made no noise, no panting, no grunting. It was soundless, like a hunter. It was hunting me. Then I heard it, so clear I could almost let go of the handle entirely. "Hey Jenny, sorry I'm late. I had to stop and get gas. It's Molly." "Molly? Right outside the door? What?" is all I could say, tears on my eyelashes again. "Yeah, I'm sorry again. I already talked to Robert, so you're good to leave." Relief. Sweet relief that I wasn't alone. Then panic. "Molly, you have to leave. There's something outside." "Can you let me in? It's freezing out here." My body ran cold. Yes, of course I have to let her in. I wanted to so badly in that moment, to open the door and let Molly in on this nightmare. My grip on the door loosened. Then it hit me. Molly is sick. She wasn't coming in at all tonight. Why is she suddenly here?
Can you let me in now, please?
Her voice was strained and wrong. It was pitched so much lower than her normal bubbly voice. That wasn't Molly. My grip was too loose with confusion. The door was flung open. I scrambled backwards on my back again. I stood up on 2 legs and finally got a good image of it. It was huge. Had to be 6 feet tall and skinny as the pine trees behind it. It had something under its head. Well, under its dough head. Something that resembled the jaw of a human, except it was unhinged and swinging from side to side with its motion. Red liquid dripped onto the floor. Its body was wiry, and I could see through its papery skin. And that's all I saw before my fear made me uncap the wasp spray behind me and shoot it right in its direction. It stumbled backwards for a second, and I took my chance to get back off and run like no one's business. I leaped over the coffee bar and started unlocking the glass door. It started sliding across the slick door with its inhuman speed, and the lock was not unlocking. I screamed, trembling so hard the lock slipped out of my fingers. Somehow, don't ask because I have no clue, I managed to slip it upwards and the glass slid to the side. I got on my feet and yanked the door shut behind me. I didn't turn, but felt the glass shatter into pieces only a few feet from my back. Shards of glass embedded themselves into my back of my flannel as I propelled myself forward toward the Exxon station. They have an outdoor bathroom that was always locked that I used every now and again, and I've never wanted to be in that tiny smelly bathroom more in my entire life. Before my feet hit the asphalt on the road, I felt it. Hands on my back, on my collar, strong forceful hands on my shirt, yanking me backwards. "No," I cried, snatching my arms forward desperately, raking my feet towards the highway. I felt my limbs cry out in pain as its nails dug into me. "No." I thought it came from me. Then I realized I hadn't spoke. It wasn't me. This thing has said it, and it sounded just like me. It was copying me. This is what broke me, and I finally launched myself over the threshold into the road. I lost its grip, and I twisted around to face it, crawling backwards out of the road. My elbows hit the soft dirt, and I fell backwards, pulling myself into a ball. It geared up its body to leap. I shut my eyes, then it was gone. A huge wave of air zoomed between us, followed by squealing brakes. The doe was launched yards and yards away into the woods. I heard a sickening crack as its back hit the bark of a pine tree. I watched it stumble into the brush below. How the truck missed me is completely beyond me. Did it hit a person? Was that a person? The guy driving was yelling, eyes huge. I warily stood up, grabbing the rolled down window to look at my savior. No. I shook my head and leaped into the back of the truck. I asked the guy to drive me to the sheriff's office, which he finally did after I convinced him that I was not going to turn him in for vehicular manslaughter. He had been high as a kite, speeding up to 70 in a 35 road with his lights off. That's why I didn't see him until he hit the doe. I really didn't turn him in, not that he gave me the chance. I got out of the back of his truck, and he sped off, turning the lights on and getting the hell out. Luckily, 2 of the officers were there, awake and overwhelmingly worried when I showed up. They went over with their full unit and animal control, but I did not go with them. Apparently, they followed the red trails from the shop into the woods, and it stopped completely, out of nowhere, right at the woods line. They saw where my shirt had ripped by the highway and collected it for me. They ran samples on the DNA found. It didn't match anyone. They had to close down the coffee shop since I told Molly what happened, and we both quit. Scott and Robert were the only ones working, but it didn't take long for the horror story to reach Scott, who then quit mid-shift. The town talked for sure. People came to my house asking about it. The police chalked it up to being a bear or a wolf or some large animal that had rabies and was chasing me around. This was the story they went with, writing it in the papers, telling my family. I told my family what I saw, and they decided I was too terrified and traumatized to be seeing things correctly. Though there was a glint in the sheriff's eye when I told him what it looked like, something inside of him believed me. I moved to Seattle a week later, taking out a loan and renting a studio right in the heart of the city, surrounded by people. I didn't work anything but day shifts anymore, and I haven't had a chai latte since. I keep the red stained scrap of my flannel in my wallet as a constant reminder that somehow I'm alive. I've told no one except my girlfriend who moved in with me, and now you guys. We keep the lights on in the apartment constantly, even when we sleep, and I haven't passed a bottle of wasp spray without having a panic attack since. Truly, I don't know what happened, or what that doe really was. I don't understand anything that happened, except that now I have crippling anxiety when nighttime rolls around, and that I nearly scare myself every time I see a deer of any sort. My girlfriend found a therapist for me, and I go every now and then, but I don't really talk about what happened, just how alone I feel since it happened, that no one can relate to me, and no one else would ever believe me. Every now and then I get a call from the sheriff who is genuinely concerned with my well-being after seeing me in that state that night. The most recent time he called, I didn't pick up, as I finally fell asleep that night, which was incredibly rare for me to fall asleep without sleeping pills. I woke up the next morning and groggily checked my phone. He called once. He left a message though.
Hey Jenny, it's me again. Just wanted to check up on you. I haven't seen you in a while. I didn't realize you left so quickly. I didn't have time to say goodbye. You should come visit again soon. We miss you here. Take care.
I listened to it probably 12 times. I played it for my girlfriend, and we both listened to it for a few more times after comparing it to the other messages he had left, but she confirmed exactly what I thought too. Something was off about this one. It was lower pitched and strained. Not quite his voice. It was midsummer when I got the message from my friend, Sam. I was lying in the January sun in my back garden with my dog Brutus at my side when I decided to open up Instagram and saw I had a message. It read, "Hey Cassie, Kyle, Olive, Thea, and I are getting together to go camping in a week, and I was really hoping you could come." I sat straight up, causing a sigh from Brutus, who had been leaning his head on my shoulder. I wrote back, "Yeah, of course. Can I bring Brutus?" Immediately, my phone pinged with their response. "Good idea. Scare away the cryptids you're always talking about, LOL." They were right. I was obsessed with the paranormal, especially cryptids. So come Monday, when it was time to leave, I was sure to bring my notebook, Polaroid camera, and of course, my knife. Although realistically, the last one was mostly for self-defense against any weirdos we meet out there. My family always says I'm paranoid, but it's better safe than sorry, you know. We decided to take my off-roader so we could head deeper into the woods without having to carry our stuff. So after chucking my backpack in the trunk, I drove toward my closest friend, Kyle's house. When I stopped outside his house, he was already waiting in the driveway. He jumped into the middle set of seats, wanting to sit next to Brutus. The huge black dog was stretched across the back seat, sluggish from the heat, but he offered Kyle a tail wag of acknowledgement as my friend began to pet him. "Hey dude," I said, greeting my friend. "Hey," he responded. There was a pause before he leaned forward. "So, Olive's coming on the trip, huh?" "Shut up," I said. "It's not like I have a chance with her, anyways." He leaned back, smiling. "Just be yourself. You'll be fine. You should really just ask her." I hit the play button on my phone's Spotify playlist and turned it up way too loud to drown him out. We proceeded to pick up Olive from her house, a quaint cottage nearby, and then Sam and Thea from their apartment in the city. By the time we reached the highway, it was nearing 5 p.m. I turned down the music and we were sitting and talking to pass the time. After an hour or so, I turned off onto a smaller road and started heading for the campsite. "Hey Cassie, how long until we get there?" Kyle asked, who was still patting Brutus. I shrugged, not taking my eyes off the road. "Sounds like a question for the navigator," was my response. He turned to Olive, who was in the seat next to me with her phone linked up to the GPS. "Should be about a half an hour until we reach the brush, then another hour or so down the track to the campsite." He slumped back with a resigned sigh, his arms crossed over his stomach. "Can we stop for a break soon?" "We stopped just before we got onto the highway. You'll live." He returned to patting Brutus. After a moment, Sam spoke up. "Cassie, why don't you tell what you'll think we'll see tonight?" The others perked up, watching me. "Well, wakas, a type of bird, are pretty common in this area. The occasional deer, possibly. If we're lucky, we'll hear the birds calling. This far out, we might even see one, if we're quiet." "That would be excellent, but I more meant the creepy stuff. You know, your area." It was my turn to perk up. Although I'm far from an expert on cryptids or the paranormal, I know my fair share of information. Certainly more than the others. It's highly unlikely we'll see anything unnatural, you know. I never see anything at this campsite, and even if there were, it's 1,000,000 to 1 we'd run into it. We're more likely to run into a druggie. Speaking of which, do we all have our phones? And we remember the buddy system? "Okay, Mom," replied Kyle, rolling his eyes. "I just want to keep everyone safe," I responded evenly, suppressing a smile. There was another pause until Thea leaned forward to continue the questions. "Seriously though, even if it's unlikely we'd see anything, what do you think's out there?" I decided I'd refrain from scaring my friends for long enough. "Well, it's the woods, so you never know. My best guess could be some kind of crawler, a stickman or something like that. Of course, normally my first thought would be a skinwalker or wendigo, but I believe those are only in America. Some kind of dogman might be possible actually. Dior, perhaps." "Hold up, back up the bus," said Kyle. "You're acting like I know all of these words." "Yeah," said Sam. "What on earth is a Dior?" I settled back in my chair, easing up on the accelerator as I turned down a dirt road heading towards the approaching tree line. "Well, it's basically a deer, but something's not right, you know. Too many joints in the legs, or even the legs bent totally backwards. Sharp teeth with a mouth that hangs open like a dog's. I've even heard of some that can bend their necks with a joint." Kyle shivered. "I think the creepiest thing about them, though, is their eyes. Set forward on their face instead of on the side, like a deer's should be." "Like a predator?" said Olive. "Exactly," I replied, pleased. "Most reports say they're pretty harmless, though. Just because they say they could rip you into pieces might not mean they want to. Like Brutus, I suppose." I reach into the back seat and pet Brutus, who responded by licking my hand. Regardless, best to keep a distance. As soon as I finished, Thea had a question. "You mentioned crawlers. Flesh gates? What are those?" The sunlight was slowly starting to fade, so I flipped on the headlights before answering. "Humanoids, you know. Crawlers is a pretty broad term. Pretty much covers anything that's more or less human-shaped, but not quite. Too tall, too thin, often less facial features than you'd expect. Flesh gates are shapeshifters. Think skinwalker, but without the ties to Native American culture. And those things are real? And they're out there?" said Kyle, concern on his face as he leaned a little closer to Brutus. I shrugged. I reckon all of those sightings can't come from nowhere. As for in this place specifically, no idea. But don't worry about it too much. As I said, it's highly unlikely we'll see one. Kyle nodded, still looking a bit worried. Olive spoke from next to me, placing her hand briefly on my shoulder as she did. My heart skipped a beat as she did, and I had to force my eyes on the road so I didn't go red. I barely heard her question over my own minor panic, but after a second, I registered her words. Is there anything paranormal that actually scares you? I took a deep breath before responding, remembering what Kyle said. Just be yourself. Well, obviously I'd be terrified if I ever actually came across one of these freaky things, but in terms of just chatting, not really. It was pretty quiet after that. Soon enough, I reached the woods and we started down the old trail, my car's wheels easily carrying us over the rocks, roots, and even the occasional stream. Not long after the sun had fully set, Kyle sat straight up. Do you hear that? I slammed on the brakes and looked out the window at where he was pointing. Sure enough, the bushes were rustling. We stayed quiet, Olive leaning over to me, looking out my window. Her closeness pulled me out of my focus for a moment before I returned my eyes on the rustling, which was quickly coming closer. The tension in the car was palpable, and I could see Kyle looking scared in my peripheral. Maybe I shouldn't have taught them about cryptids after all. But before I could ponder much longer, a deer sprung from the bushes and leaped in front of the car across from us. As it passed, I noticed one of its antlers seemed to have been snapped clean off. Weird. Everyone jumped backwards in shock at the sudden appearance of the deer, but once we all saw what it was, we all started laughing. Wow, Kyle, that was scary. A deer. Ooh. Sam continued to make ghost noises, and Thea and I joined in. Kyle rolled his eyes. Whatever, guys, you were just as scared as I was. It could have been a monster. Nope. All its eyes and legs were in the right places, said Thea. The only cryptid around here is Sam, and I think they're with us. I laughed and started up the car, continuing on. Motion in the rearview mirror caught my attention, and, as the others laughed, I watched something leap across the road. Something about the way it moved made me nervous, but when I tried to look closer, it was gone. I shook it off as a trick of my mind, which makes me sound like just another stupid horror story protagonist, I know. But to be fair, it's not uncommon for my mind to play tricks on me. Something to do with my anxiety, I've been told. I easily put it out of my mind as I had trained myself to do so, and kept driving, chatting with my friends until we reached the campsite. I pulled the tent out of the trunk and marked where we were going to set it up. You four should set up the tent. Why don't you have to help? Asked Kyle. I just drove 4 hours, Kyle. I think I can allocate the chores. I'm useless at setting that thing up anyway. I turned to head into the tree line at the edge of the clearing, but was stopped again. Where are you going? Asked Sam. Their look followed my path. I'll go get some wood and start up a fire. I set off into the trees, flicking on my flashlight as I did. I started picking up sticks, carefully inspecting each one for any small animals I didn't want to accidentally set ablaze. As I turned one over, a small, vagrant spider crawled out onto my hand. I smiled, crouched down, and gently deposited him on the soft ground. There you go, sir. When I stood up, I noticed something strange. The night sounded quieter somehow. The cicadas still chirped, but something seemed almost mechanical about their sounds. I listened for the nighttime birds or possums, but nothing reached my ears. Weird, I murmured to myself. I hastily inspected a few more sticks and carried my bundle back to the campsite. By the time I returned, the sound had returned to normal. The familiar call of the nearby birds reassured me, and I dumped the sticks in the center of the clearing. Between the four of them, my friends had managed to wrestle my family's giant tent into shape. Brutus was already snoring inside, seemingly exhausted despite having done nothing all day. I pulled a matchbox from my backpack, lit it, and started the fire. "You guys, start bringing over some logs for us to sit on," I instructed my friends as I gently encouraged the fire to grow. Once it had grown to an acceptable size, I stood up, walked over to the car. I grabbed Brutus's bed and a bag of marshmallows from the back and dropped it next to the logs, calling him to join us. He stiffly rose his paws and lumbered over to it, accepting a pat on the head before flopping down on his bed with an audible flumph. I sat down on the log's end, spearing a marshmallow before chucking the bag to Thea, who had sat next to me. We sat for a while, laughing and chatting. Eventually, I reached down to check the time before remembering that I thought I'd left my phone in the tent. "Hey, does anyone have the time?" I asked. Kyle put his hands in his pocket before freezing, and slowly turning to me with a sheepish look. Cassie, what have you done?" Normally, he'd rolled his eyes at my instant assumption, but this time he just continued talking slowly, as if trying not to get in trouble. "I think I left my phone when we stopped to use the bathroom. We had to stop for a bathroom break after the deer encounter, about 10 minutes before we arrived to the campsite, because Brutus started whining, and I didn't want to risk him doing his business on the seat. We'll get it first thing tomorrow," I said, shaking my head in mild annoyance. "But Cassie, it might rain, and you know I don't have the money to replace the thing. Can't you just go back and have a quick check?" "Fine, but if I get there and I don't see it, I'm coming straight back." I briefly considered taking Brutus, but I knew he'd be reluctant to leave the warmth of the fire to follow me down a less than well-maintained path. Just as I stood up, Kyle motioned for me to stop. "You can't go alone. It's not safe. Maybe Olive could go with you." Jerk, I thought to myself. Even deep in the forest in the middle of the night, he still has to try to set me up. "If anyone should go, it's you. You're the one who dropped the thing." He shook his head quickly. "Nuh-uh. I've got little legs, remember? I'll slow you down. Especially this late at night. You know I'm right." "I'm glad you're finally admitting it," I said with another sigh. "Olive, do you mind?" She smiled and stood up. "Course not. Maybe we'll even see a bird, like you said." "Maybe," I replied with a grin. "Then you'll wish you had gone," I said to Kyle as we walked out of the clearing. He ignored me. As we walked down the track, I kept my guard up, constantly scanning the trees on each side for a sign of any unsavory people hiding in the night. Was I worried about confrontation? Not really. Not only am I around 6'3", I'm pretty heavy built, especially for a 17-year-old. And if I had to punch someone, then let's just say it wouldn't be my first rodeo. Nonetheless, I didn't want them getting the element of surprise. Maybe I'm a little paranoid after all. The track was muddy and uneven, and I had to slow my pace a little so Olive could negotiate through the dips and puddles. As we chatted, I found myself starting to relax a little. I still kept my eyes and ears open, but something about her smile and infectious laugh made me feel a little less nervous in the darkness. A few minutes before we reached the spot, we came across a small stream about a meter wide. Not wanting to get my shoes wet, I leaned over and turned around to where Olive was about to jump. I held my hand out to her, and she took it without hesitation. I helped her cross the gap, and she smiled that gorgeous smile. "Thanks, Cassie," she said. My heart leaped as she did, and I smiled back. "No problem, ma'am," I responded jokingly, adding a little bow. She laughed and continued down the track, knowing I'd catch up in a second. Once we arrived, I started to look around for Kyle's lost phone. I cast my flashlight beam around, hoping to catch a reflection of either the phone's screen or the obnoxious pink case he kept it in. Olive was looking around on the other side of the road, her own beam bouncing around my peripheral, when it stopped sharply. I turned around, Found it? I asked, following the beam of her torch into the trees. She slowly shook her head. No, I thought I saw something in the trees. I raised my flashlight, scanning the forest. No sign of movement. Let's go back, I said, starting to head back up the path. I don't think the phone's here anyways. She didn't argue, just nodded and followed my lead. Sensing her uneasiness, I gave her a reassuring smile and flipped my torch in the air, catching it, holding it like a weapon. Don't worry, I'll protect you from anyone out here. She giggled. Or anything. I nodded with a chuckle, but as soon as I felt a cold chill. She had brought my mind back to cryptids, and I noticed for the first time that the forest was silent. The birds hadn't made a noise since we had left the campsite. I couldn't hear rustling of the small animals in the brush, and the only thing my ears could pick up on was the same mechanical cicada chirps from before. The more I listened, the more unnatural they sounded, as if someone was playing a recording on loop. I picked up my pace a little, ushering Olive forward. She looked at me in confusion, as if to ask why. Bit cold, I said, as quietly as I could without alarming her. We rounded a corner before Olive suddenly stopped us in our tracks. She inhaled a sharp breath of air, as if she'd seen something shocking. A sense of dread washed over me as I followed her look to the damaged body that blocked the path. Is that a deer? She asked, eyes wide with disgust and fear. I grimaced, looking it over. I think it used to be, I replied grimly. It was torn almost beyond recognition, broken and stuff jutting from its back. I felt sick to my stomach, unable to tear my look from its eyes. The broken antler on its head confirmed what I had feared. This was the same deer as before. I had seen something chasing it in my rearview mirror. Whatever this thing was, it had been stalking us since we had entered the woods, waiting for someone to leave the safety and light of the campsite. I cursed under my breath and realized we might be in serious trouble. Just as I thought I couldn't get any more scared, I heard a voice from behind me. There you go, sir. The voice, coming from a few meters behind us, was my own, distorted and strained, but unrecognizably mine. I felt the color drain from my face as it repeated what I had said to that little spider only hours before. I felt Olive start to turn beside me, but I grabbed her arm to stop her. Don't look at it. Don't respond to it. Don't even acknowledge it. Look down if you can. Just follow my lead, okay? I whispered, waiting for her nod of agreement before taking a slow step forward. As I slowly stepped over the deer, my shoes instantly became splashed with its crimson fluids. Olive grabbed my hand, and I squeezed it reassuringly, careful not to look at the path behind us as I did. She stepped over the deer, her breath shaking, and we slowly continued up the path. Every step we took, we heard the crunching of leaves behind us. My heart raced and my mind reeled with pure terror as I forced myself not to sprint into the trees. I knew full well that whatever this thing was, we couldn't outrun it. After a couple of minutes, it spoke again. Thank you, Cassie. I winced as it said my name, the voice I loved now striking terror into my heart. I heard Olive whimper a little as she heard her own voice coming from this thing. I squeezed her hand again, making sure she knew I was right there. We walked in tense silence, other than the occasional word from the creature. When we were only a couple of minutes from the camp, disaster struck. I tripped over a root, landing hard on the ground and wincing as I felt a rock get my skin. The sudden movement seemed to excite the creature as I suddenly heard it pick up its pace considerably. I leaped back to my feet and once again grabbed Olive's arm before sprinting down the path. Run, I yelled, but she was already caught up to me. My breath was quick and heavy with fear, my leg screaming in pain as I was forced to bear it with my weight. Run, run, run. It repeated my yells over and over, as if taunting us. It probably was. I felt panic rise as I heard the calls coming closer. Even if we're nearly at the campsite, we'll never beat it. I veered off the path, pulling Olive with me. We ducked down behind a bush a few feet from the path, trying to quiet our heavy breathing. I heard it skid to a stop a few feet ahead and turn around, sniffing to try to catch our scent. I silently prayed to any and all gods I could think of that it didn't find us. To my horror, the disgusting sniffing grew closer until it finally stopped, inches from our hiding spot. Found it? The intonation was just the same as when I had asked Olive if she had found the phone, but I knew that the connotations had changed. It was telling us it had found us. For a few moments, there was a complete silence in the forest, aside from my heart hammering in my chest, and Olive's muffled sobs as she buried her face into my shoulder. There was nothing. No indication it had moved closer or any further away. It didn't even bother to fill the silence with the fake cicada sounds it had tried to trick us with earlier. Suddenly, it leaped over the bush where we hid and stood before us. As much as I didn't want to, we finally saw it in all of its repulsive glory. Its arms and legs were ridiculously long and thin, its legs bent backwards at the knees like it was some kind of insect. Even on all fours, it was a solid 5 feet tall. I saw its ribs slide under its skin as it took a breath, its bulbous veins bulging with every beat of its unnatural heart. It tilted its head to the side, bones cracking under the skin as its neck bent like the joints of a finger. The severed antler of the deer hung from its jaws, caught between two of its needle-like teeth. Teeth seemed to sprout at random from its gums, creating a jagged minefield of spikes and stumps. What I initially thought was just ingrown teeth and chunks of flesh quickly made me sick to my stomach as I realized they were, in fact, human teeth amongst the fangs. Its tongue hung from its mouth, slick and unnatural. I avoided eye contact for as long as I could, but eventually it grabbed my gaze like a fisherman hooking in his catch. Its eyes were completely human, so out of place on its pale, expressionless face that they were scarier than any of the blackened holes you hear about could ever be. In that moment, I knew it was the end. I wrapped my arms around Olive for a moment before moving to a stand. She tried to pull me back, but I was stronger, forcing my shaking legs to hold me upright as a tear rolled down my cheek. I pulled my knife from my belt and held it just out of view at my side. "Run," I said quietly to Olive. She hesitated, not wanting to leave me, but after a moment, she did as instructed. The creature jolted to the side as if to go after her, but I held its look and it slowly returned to how it was standing before. It crept towards me, sniffling at me through the holes in its face I assumed was its nostrils. The deer antler dislodged from its teeth and landed on the ground with a sickening thud. The unholy amalgamation of human and animal continued to sneak towards me, and the moment it was within reach, I stuck my knife into its pale, moldy skin. It shrieked in pain, its horrific screech making my ears ring. It flung me into a nearby tree, knocking the wind out of me. It scuttled towards me, and I closed my eyes in preparation for the worst. Just as I felt its breath on me, I heard a loud barking from a few feet behind the creature. It spun around, and as it did, it moved just enough to let me see what was happening. Brutus, my gentle giant who had never so much as growled at a passing cat, was snarling and snapping its teeth like some kind of mad dog. Before I'd fully registered what was happening, there was a disgusting squelch and the creature once again shrieked in agony. The antler from before protruded from its left eye. Black liquid sprayed from the wound as the Olive stood over its body. "Good thinking," I said, before leaping over it and making a beeline for the campsite. When we got back, the others had already packed everything into their car and were waiting for us. Thea, who was in the driver's seat, honked the horn in recognition, and Kyle flung the door open and leapt into the back row. Olive, Brutus, and I piled into the middle seat, slamming the door, and Olive yelled at Thea to step on it. The car roared into motion as we raced down the trail as fast as we could go without running the risk of crashing. With no warning, a figure sprung from the bushes and landed on the hood of the car with a thunk as it dented the metal. Thea screamed and swerved the car side to side, trying to dislodge the thing. It dug its long, claw-like fingers into the hood and shrieked, raising one more hand and scratching the windshield. Thea floored the gas, and the sudden boost of speed sent it flying into the glass, cracking it as it did, and then it fell under the wheels of the car. We mowed it down and didn't stop, desperate to get out of there as fast as we could. I looked back in the rearview mirror and watched as it popped its slime back into place and scurried into the bushes. Disturbing as it was, I didn't care. I was safe. Soon enough, we were free from the forest and heading back down the dirt road. As soon as we returned to the highway, Thea changed her route, and within the hour, we had arrived to the nearest hospital. Olive and the others waited with me as the doctors disinfected the wound and stitched me up. Despite us being shaken up to our very cores, we chatted and even cracked a few jokes about the thing because, hey, what else can you do? My parents arrived a couple hours later, armed with snacks and a few blankets for my friends and I. If it weren't for the traumatic event only a few hours before, and the fact I was lying in the hospital bed, suffering from blood loss, it probably would have been nice. That was a few weeks ago now. In case you're wondering, yeah, me and Olive got together. I wish it hadn't taken a horrific cryptid to get us there. But hey, that's life. The car was a pain to get fixed, but other than that, I'm doing okay. Judging by the group therapy sessions, I think we all are. One thing's for sure though, I'm never going into those woods again. I had heard of skinwalkers before, but always just assumed they were Native American versions of werewolves, so I never gave them much thought. Until last week when one of my coworkers at my new job told me that they were the most feared folklore creature. He's originally from Utah, so that makes sense. He suggested some YouTube videos to watch on the subject, and after work that night, I binged about 4 or 5 of the videos. I totally understand his stance on them now. I live in rural South Carolina, so completely honest, I wasn't too worried about the possibility of running into one. My coworker told me that they're basically a Midwestern thing. I'd be more worried about Wendigos if I were you, he joked the day after I watched the videos. We had a good chat about skinwalkers and Wendigos during our shift, and just reveled in the creepiness of them. I mentioned how one of the tales said that the more you talk about the skinwalkers, the more they're drawn to you, and he made a sarcastic ghost noise to keep the mood light. That night, I showed the videos to my fiancée. She was way more creeped out than I was. I became kind of obsessed. I love scary things and couldn't help watch every video I came across. I discussed skinwalkers with my other horror enthusiast friends, looked up skinwalker art, read true skinwalker stories on Reddit, just dove headfirst into all things skinwalker. This went on for a few days until I started feeling a bit burned out on the subject. I live in a fairly nice neighborhood where all of the houses are on one side of the street. On the other side is the property that used to belong to the local elementary school. The building is on the next street over, so basically, it was like the school's backyard or whatever. The school shut down about 30 or 40 years ago, and the county just let nature reclaim it. So directly across from my house is an old chain link fence and just overgrown woods. About 2 nights ago while I was outside, I heard leaves rustling across the street. I didn't bother looking up from my phone. I live across from woods. It was probably a deer. The rustling stopped. Then it started again, and it sounded like whatever was out there was running back and forth along the fence line, panting like a dog. This caught my attention. There had been a few rabies cases in the town 2 months back, so a strange dog running around in the middle of the night was definitely something I'd want to keep an eye on. I look up from my phone in the direction of the sounds, and they just stop. It was like they knew I noticed it. I strained my eyes to see what it was, but it was obscured by the overgrowth. I didn't look away. Must have stared at that spot for at least a minute. I didn't make another sound, didn't move again, so I knew it was still there. A chill ran down my spine, and I began to think of every Skinwalker video I had watched over the last week, and I felt sick to my stomach. I quickly went inside. The next morning, I took my dog out for a short walk. She's a pug zoo named Honey, and is like my child. My fiancé and I taught her that pee-pee poo-poo means time to go outside to go potty. It's the cutest thing. Anyway, this particular morning I had to take her outside to the front yard to do her business. She does her business and then walks around sniffing for about 5 minutes before walking to the side of the street and sitting down. She's never done this before, so I was a little annoyed. I tugged on her leash lightly and tried to coax her back inside the house. Come on, Honey. Gotta go poo-poo? She didn't budge. This dog could be stubborn sometimes, but this was something else. She tugged back against the leash and just stared across the street, sniffing the air occasionally. It was then I realized she was staring at the exact spot that I heard the thing the night before. I got goosebumps, and I quickly picked her up and began walking back to the house. As I got closer, I noticed something on the ground on my front steps. It was one of the Halloween decorations my fiancé had hung up on our house. Plastic black roses with plastic eyeballs and spiders on them. The stems were wire, so they can be wrapped around things to keep them secured. This flower was torn apart. Something had come on my porch, taken down the flower, and torn it apart, leaving it laying on my front steps. I picked up the flower and threw it away. I didn't tell my fiancé. I didn't want to freak her out. The rest of the day went by uneventfully. That night, I told my coworker about what happened, and he looked a little concerned, but brushed it off. He said what I heard was most likely just a dog, and the flower was probably knocked down by the wind. I had my doubts. As I was walking to my door after getting home from work last night, I heard the same panting as the night before, and the clicking of claws against asphalt. I turned quickly to see a dog that looked like a brown mangy bull terrier hauling down my street. The street is probably 40 feet away from my porch, so I couldn't get a great look at it, but I could tell it was only running on 3 legs, because one looked mangled. It turned quickly and darted into the tree line across the street through a part of the fence that had been pulled back. The fence wasn't like that earlier in the day. That's when I noticed the dog didn't have a tail. I almost threw up. Skinwalker legends say that when they take the form of an animal, they never have tails. I tried to rationalize it to myself. Maybe it just had a stub tail and I missed it because I was running. I immediately went inside. My fiancée was sitting on the porch petting Honey. She could see I was upset and asked me what was wrong. I told her nothing. Just almost got clipped by a car before I pulled into the driveway. She got up, hugged me, and cursed that person that almost hit me. She asked me if I could take Honey out because she had been creeped out by all the spooky videos we've been watching and didn't feel comfortable going outside at night by herself. Honey perked up. She ran to the door and looked between me and the door, whining excitedly. I stared down at her for a moment before agreeing to it. I'll just keep her close to the porch, I thought. We walked off the porch and she immediately tried to walk to the street. I tugged on the leash and she tugged back, eventually moseyed her way to the edge of the porch and did her business. After she began walking around sniffing, I told her the usual line. Come on, Honey. Gotta go poo-poo? She huffled at me, sniffed around some more, and eventually started. I was on edge the entire time we were outside, but being around her helped calm me down a little. I then heard it from across the street. Come on, Honey. My voice, in the exact same tone and inflection as I had just said it. It sounded staticky, like an old radio broadcast, but it was definitely my voice. Honey stopped what she was doing and stood alert. She looked over at me with a confused look.
Come on, honey.
Again, my voice filled across the street. Honey began whining, looking from me to the woods across the street. I picked her up and began walking back up the steps, not taking my eyes off the part of the fence that had once been pulled back.
Honey, come.
The voice sounded firm now, like it was getting aggravated. Honey squirmed in my arms, whining. I didn't know if she was trying to get out to go run to the voice or to run inside, but I wasn't taking any chances. I turned and bolted up the steps and to the door. As I walked inside, I turned one last time to look across the street. There, standing in the part of the fence that was pulled back, was the dog. Its eyes were glowing a dull orange and it had its teeth bared. The fence was all wrong, like someone had taken a distortion tool and just dragged it around random features. Once again, I didn't tell my fiancée. Stupid horror movie cliche crap, I know, but I really don't want her losing her mind. I just told her there's a strange dog running around in the neighborhood, so to not take Honey out at night. Later that night, after we had gone to bed, I woke up again with the sounds of footsteps pacing back and forth outside my window. Against my better judgment, I rolled over to try to see it. I don't, but the pacing stops.
Come on, honey.
My voice called out, cutting through the quiet of the night. I prayed my fiancée didn't hear. It called out 2 more times before I heard it walking away. I didn't sleep a wink the rest of the night. Today, when I get to work, I'm going to ask my coworker what I can do to get rid of this thing. I'm scared. I don't think there's a way. If anyone knows anything, please let me know.